Well, here it is. This episode is episode 5. Okay. I don't know if I finished up. I think I finished up 4. But this is episode 5. Right? And so this is going to be a special episode. I don't know if every 5th episode is going to be special, but all I know is that this episode is special because I'm only concerned about one specific person, Pastor Carla. I'm only concerned about one person watching this whole thing. Anybody else that watches it is extra. I don't care about views from a bunch of people. Now, if you watch this episode, or even any little part of it, you're going to learn a bunch of stuff that are behind the scenes in my life, as well as some of the touch points or the behind the scenes of my relationship with Pastor Carla as the I wanted to say first lady, only lady, as the only lady of Pastor Brian, my pastor. He's been my pastor officially since 2007, if I'm not mistaken. But he has had, and she, both of these two, Pastor Carla and Pastor Brian, they have been in my life ever since I was 21 years old. I'm 43 right now. And I need to say at the top of this episode that I know that I'm long-winded. Okay? I know that I'm different from everybody. I know that what comes from me isn't usual, so it may take a season or two for anybody who's listening to understand what I'm talking about. And let's say you do finally get to the place where you understand what I'm talking about. It might take another several seasons for you or anybody to give me credit for whatever it is you learned or whatever it is that happened in our interaction. And it could be years before I ever find out that whatever interaction that we had was meaningful and that it was good for both of us. And I've moved on, you've moved on, and I never know that what I did was good or what I did was bad, but I have to just deal with the relationships as they come. So I've slowed my life all the way down. In other words, I finished my work. I finished my course. I finished my work. Now, what I'm about to tell you and what I'm about to launch into is I'm about to launch into some stuff that is high level to me. In other words, what I've got to talk to Pastor Carla about is high level stuff. This cannot be a text. This can't be a text, because nobody's going to read a text with all the stuff that I put in there. The most that I could do with all this content is make bullet points, and bullet points don't explain everything. They just don't. the stuff that I have to share, if I were going to make sure that it's understood before I went to the next point, if I were going, then this would be an either half of a day meeting or something like that. And I'm a broadcaster now. So just like the church can stream on Sundays, and Pastor Brian may or may not have his notes of what he's going to talk about, and any other pastor, any other leader, anybody who gets up, the hundreds of however many churches all across the world that they have their services. And all right, today we're going to go into some of them go and some of them do whatever they do so that they can make sure that the people that they are talking to, they don't always make sure that the people understand it. They're just looking for, they as long as they get like an amen or something like that, then it's like, okay, I can move on to the next point because they amened on that point or whatever. If tell them get the tape so they can check it out later, you know what I'm saying, whatever. I sat through the whole thing, but you want me to buy the tape too? Okay, so I go buy the tape or the CD, and it's like $10. You selling some work. You just told me this, and then I got to go back in the book room and spend $10 on what you said. Right. Gotcha. Gotta, gotta do what we gotta do to make this whole thing work as a church. So the stuff that I want to talk about, or the stuff, I'm sorry, not want to, the stuff that I need to talk about with Pastor Carla. This is directly Pastor Carla related. Matthew, brother Matt, to Pastor Carla, not as mom, because I don't look at Pastor Carla as my mom, nor do I look at Pastor Brian as my pops. I never did. I've always looked at Pastor Brian and Pastor Carla as they were my youth pastors, and then they became my pastor, and I have idolized and or created this persona of what a pastor is to me. And when I see them, they are like dignitaries to me. Dignitaries that I've watched grow up the ranks. Good example. Let's say that you knew any of the presidents before they were president, and you have access to them. You see them all the time doing whatever they do, and then they become president, and they remember you, of course, because you guys you get donated to the campaign and all that. Now they became president, and then they finished being president. It's like, wow, I know them. And so then when I go around and, you say, before he was president, he used my bathroom, came up to the house and used the bathroom, so it's like, it's a, I see Pastor Carla and Pastor Brian, I see them way up here. I have eaten the spiritual food that Pastor Brian, with the help of Pastor Carla, as part of the administration, the table that Pastor Brian and Pastor Carla put together with the spiritual food for all the people that over the years have come and partook in. I've eaten at the Christian Concepts International. Christian Concepts International, which is located at 19600 Glenview Avenue in Chicago Heights. Let me just make sure that I said that right. 19600 Glenwood Road. Glenwood Road. Yeah, that's what it is. Glenwood Road. Let's see here. Let me make sure. Chicago. Christian. All right. Boom. Let's see what happens when I do that. Making a difference. 19600 Glenwood Road. Now you see what I did there. Just this little moment. I just gotta explain to. This is to you, Pastor Carla. I'm talking. I don't care about anybody else's attention. Anybody else that's I'm gonna say some stuff to. This is to Pastor Carla. Everybody else, you just get the side benefit of me broadcasting to Pastor Carla. This whole video, all the music at the beginning, and all the stuff that I'm gonna put, when I edit it or whatever, everything that I'm gonna talk about, all this is all for one person and one person mainly. Anybody else that benefits from this, hallelujah. If you cut the thing off, I can't sit and listen to that guy talk, blah, 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 blah. That's okay. I don't care. It don't matter. I'm a YouTube video anyway, okay? I'm a YouTube video right now. That's all I am to you, okay? While I'm making it, I feel like I'm doing what God wants me to do. But once I'm done with it, upload it and let it go. The person that, if I can hold Pastor Carla's attention, I don't know how long this thing is going to be. This is not going to be short. Okay, Pastor Carla, I'm so sorry. Right now, it is currently 2:30 in the morning. The children are asleep. I laid down in the bed with my son because I put on my recorder. And as he's falling asleep, or as we just kind of like talking about stuff, and I was sleepy, so I kind of fell asleep on him. And so he wakes me up. We put on the recording device and we talk. And so capture audio of him and me talking. And fall asleep, and then all right, I'm woke now, and then I hit the record, because that way those little bitty moments, the same way that the sermons that Pastor Brian preaches, those are of the utmost importance. Equally, if not more important, my son as he's growing up. So on my smartphone, the same smartphone that I have my text messages, whatever, because I got this episode is mainly about the one text that Pastor Carla sent me. I got this text message, okay? Oh, right. Oh, because this is my Droid and this is my iPhone. So Pastor Carla, I care. This is the one I look at my texts on. This is the one that Pastor Carla. Her message went to this phone because Pastor Carla has an iPhone, okay? I know my iPhone people because I've been missing their text messages because, like, for some reason, when I go to Wi-Fi, my iPhone takes all the iPhone texts. So then I've been missing people for a long time. It's such a dumb thing. If I text you from here and you text back to here, why does your response go to here? I haven't figured that out yet. I have not figured out that one thing. Because I don't text. I text. Texting. Oh. Pastor Brian and Pastor Carla both said texting is the best way to reach us. But we got Messenger and we got so many other mediums to interact with each other. Why we got to use text? That's almost like telling me, when you say we got to use text, that's like telling me we need to use a fax machine. Okay, that's how much I hate text messages. I hate texting so much. Pastor Carla, I hate text messages. I hate texting so much. And believe it or not, all these other mediums are exactly like texting. So I shouldn't hate it so much, but I hate it. And I think that's the reason why God has y'all using text messages as the primary way that y'all communicate. So that I would grow. Because I'm all up here with what I'm doing. I'm all up here. I'm broadcasting. I got my face is in the middle of a box. I got this, you got a big old gigantic, y'all, big old face right in my face. I'm looking, I got the camera right here, and I got y'all big old face staring me in the face. So, so whoever's watching this is looking at my face in the corner, and y'all big old face. Y'all got beautiful faces, but y'all big old face is on. That's what they see. So they see gigantic big old face and my little bitty face. That's what they see. And y'all want to text. I got all this technology to do all kind of stuff. I can stream through your Facebook page and y'all want me to text. It's so hilarious. And I'm so grateful to God. I'm so grateful to God. People been texting me, apparently. Because after I got your text, Pastor Carla, after I got your text, I said, wait a minute. How many other people have I missed that text? Do you know how upset I've been at Jeff? Jeff got an iPhone. His text messages go here and not to my Droid. And so I've been mad at Jeff. I'm like, Jeff, how come you don't call me back, man? How come you don't call me back, man? He been responding back to me and been going to my iPhone. I'm such a dummy. Listen, it's so many people. I got so many text messages on my iPhone. They never reached my Droid. I'm such a dummy. So now, that's why I hate text messages. Because iPhone has its own network for texting so that it guarantees it gets through. I don't know what's the difference between a Droid text and an iPhone text, but apparently, iPhone to iPhone, it go here. So now I have to figure this out because I don't want to kill this phone. But if I can't get my text, well, I just mean I got to look at two texts, which means that's what's weird about this era or this wonderful time period where we have texting and we have Facebook Live and / Messenger and we've got Google Plus or Google the Google one or whatever. Me and my sisters used to do that one. Man, I'm talking about it's so many ways to communicate and it's so many ways to maintain friendships. I've moved around a lot through my life that I can now officially maintain friendships. I be calling everybody. Talk to Chris for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. And I record everything that me and him talk because it's so meaty when I talk to Chris, Pastor Chris Smith, when I talk to him, Pastor Carla. He's such a smart person. I love talking to Chris. Pastor Chris, Anyway, I have a lot of stuff to talk about, Pastor Carla, with you. So, first of all, thank you, ma'am, for your attention. One of the things you taught me is how to be ready when it's time to do the thing, that whatever I need to do. And you all have set it up so that routinely, masterfully, you all provide services, church services, as well as other ministry lines of effort to a lot of believers in an organized fashion. And I had the privilege of watching you do this, and then having the privilege to participate in it, not just as a rapper, but as a sound man, for that 1 year of service that I was grateful to God that you all allowed me. So I understand how you flow, and I understand what great love and what great dedication that you have, Pastor Carla and Pastor Brian, if you're listening. The great love and dedication that you have to the body of Christ, to the people that you serve on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis, those that have bought into the Christian concepts that you have put out there. You all have done a lot, and I've been privileged, like I said, to have witnessed it firsthand, witnessed it even from afar, with all of my military moving around. You two, Pastor Brian and Pastor Carla, you two have been an anchor for me while I was traveling everywhere. While I was wherever I was at throughout the years, Pastor Brian, you challenged us to be planted. And so when you move around a lot, you can't be planted. You finally get your roots going good, and you finally get some health, and then you got to get up and move. And that's been what my life has been for the whole time. I've been a truck driver. It's always get up and go. Gotta go. Then, my Army Reserve career. Hey, you gotta move up to Fort McCoy. Really? So I gotta go to Fort McCoy because the military told me I gotta go. So now I can't go to church every Sunday like I want to. And then when I go, and this has happened to me multiple times, when you're out of sight for 2.5 years, like I was in 2000, from 2003 to 2005. And during that time, that's kind of when a lot of stuff happened with you all at CCW and the origin story of CCI. But when you know, 2.5 years of not being there, still sending money because that's what I've been trained to do. I don't know if records or exist from those days, but I know what my records say. I know what my time. I do the taxes for the family, and I've been doing my taxes ever since I learned how to do taxes. When I was 21, 22, coming up to Fort McCoy for the reserves. So I've been coming where I'm living at right now in Toma. I've been coming up here the same amount of time that you both have known me. I've been coming up to Fort McCoy. So I've got this whole life up here that I didn't realize that God was planting me here. I didn't know he was planting me here, but he's planted me not in one location, apparently. I'm planted in a bunch of places. That's what is a weird thing because of the way that church members think. You know, like if you can understand Apostle John Eckhart, if you can understand him being an apostle, planting churches and going wherever, if you can understand that for the leader, why can't that be understood for some of the members? You know? Hey, guess what? My church home is Christian Concepts International. That's my church home. But you've been living over here for X amount of years. Yeah, I know. Are you tithing? Well, I haven't been. And tithing has been a kind of a weird experience for me over the years. I'm 43 right now. By the time I came to CCW when I was 21, I was a cheerful giver / tither and offerer. I did it. I did what, I would sit down and I would do my taxes and I would make sure that it was, the right amount. All through my 20s. Things started to change up a little bit, after I got married. Because we was in some weird stuff going on with this whole church situation. It just got weird. I'm stationed up in Fort McCoy. This is before we got married, from 2003 to 2005. During that time, prior to 2003, Pastor Carla, you and Pastor Brian, you all took a bunch of your youth ministry people that you've been loving on, and you brought us to a restaurant and paid for the whole meal. Oh my God. Who got money like that to pay for a whole bunch of people to have a meal? I'm a military guy, and at the time, I'm an adult. I could pay for my own meal. But I'm in youth ministry, and I'm young. And you all broke the news to us that youth ministry, as we were used to, was going to change. And that change was a big deal for a lot of us. Me, yes, too. But I heard what you said, and just like I'm a soldier in the army of the Lord. I'm trained, so all right. So boss, commander, or whatever, Pastor Carla, Pastor Brian, it's gonna change. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. All right. I'll be ready to make whatever adjustments we need to make. So instead of there being a youth ministry, there was no youth ministry anymore. So now we're just part of the main church. and Pastor Carla, Pastor Brian are effectively gone. And then I'm gone. Because in 2003, after Posse and I, after we finished our album, Face the Music, then Valerie and me, we had started our relationship as a couple, and then I went up to Fort McCoy for 2.5 years. And during that time, CCI started. I believe that you all started it in the house. There was a house. I think me and my wife, we came down there at least twice. And no, that didn't happen there yet. And then you all branched out and started setting up services at certain places. And that whole season for you all went like it was. And I want to back up. I want to say something. Again, this broadcast is mainly for Pastor Carla. So Pastor Carla, I'm about to talk about some stuff and go into some stuff. And I've already hit one of the things on my list. So I want you to know that I'm not just filibustering or just trying to keep your attention. But it's important to me that I put these words into this medium so that I can give it to you. I can text you the link so that you can watch it on your own time. And what I'm probably going to do is once I hand this off to you, then I'm going to wait for you to communicate with me about what's next. Because as far as Pastor Brian and me go, we decided 3 years, just like you said in your text. Well, you didn't say 3 years in your text, but I'm a military-minded person, and so I've learned that certain commitments need not be for blah, blah, blah time. It needs to be, you make, all right, everything. If you all gave me green lights, if everything I asked you guys to do, like if I gave y'all a grocery list and said, listen, Pastor Carla, Pastor Brian, if you guys could give me a yes on this, a yes on this, a yes on this, and yet like 5 or 6 things, right? And then in addition to that, these don't have to be a yes, but they just need to be, you just need to be aware that I'm going to do this and this and this and this and this and this so that you're aware. If and we're cool. And y'all just say, yeah, Matt, we've known you since 21. As far as I know, Matthew, as far as I know, I haven't stolen anything or brought reproach on everybody, as far as, maybe as good or as bad as maybe other people, I've had my down times and you guys know the stuff, but for the most part, you know me well enough to know that, and I'm grateful to God for you too. I'm so grateful to God for you too. And that's why, because I'm about to go into some of my gratefulness. But if let's say you signed off on everything and just everything then all it would take would be 1 year. Based on my understanding of what God has planned for me. And God has planned for those of us in what I call the Matt Ellipsis District. This Matt Ellipsis District, if the only reason why I call it the Matt Ellipsis District The only reason why is because Matt Ellipsis is a title. The M dot 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 is a title. It's not I'm not it's me, you're Pastor Brian and Pastor Carla. That's your title. Your title to me is not just pastor, it's Pastor Carla. That's the title for me. Now, you know what I'm saying? Pastor Carla is the title. You are Carla O'Neil, mother of the children that you're the mother of. You're the wife of. You're the sister of Pastor Elton Watkins. And I used to call Pastor Watkins, I just called him Pastor Watkins. I called Pastor Darrell, Pastor Brian, Pastor Brian, Elder Mitchell, right? And Pastor Watkins, Pastor Watkins. I don't know why. That's just whatever. I've never called Pastor Watkins Pastor Elton, and I'm trying to sometimes say Pastor Elton, but it just don't feel natural. It's Pastor, but that's where I have to grow and change because people's roles have changed. I think Pastor Mitchell, I think she kind of goes by something different than Elder Mitchell. But anyway, point I'm making is I'm about to get into some stuff. And I want you to know that I sincerely, Pastor Carla and Pastor Brian, I sincerely love you both. And I don't know if I've ever said this. So while I've got all the camera and I cleared my hard drive so I can make sure that all this works, and while I got your big gigantic faces looking at my face, smiling at me, because the way I got it set up is I'm looking at what you guys see. You see me in the corner, right? You guys are looking at me on my screen. So while you guys are looking at me, I love you both. So it's not just thank you for everything that you've done. You've heard me say that before. And I hope that you know that as I manifest some of the things about me that you'll be learning for the first time, as I become a public person, I consider myself already a public person. As I start to move my agenda that's between me and the Lord, as I start to move this agenda forward, because I am going to be going forward. I have these plans that I got. I can't wait to see everything happen, because now the foundation has been laid. It's okay. So as things become materially obvious, materially and physically, the manifestations of stuff that for years I talk about and have interacted with you guys about, I can basically saying that it's time now, like it's actually go time. This is it. In other words, there's no more preparation that I need to make personally. Like I got stuff I gotta work on, but I've I've completed the preparations. I've got the plans. I know exactly what's going to happen for years and years and years and years and years and years. The Lord and me have been working on this. Everything that is about to happen over the next until 2036. Okay? I have plans that go all the way out to 2036. As these things start to happen, it is going to change the nature of our relationship as it's been. Okay? I am an adult, not only in the natural. You've always known me as an adult. But when I came to you, I was a babe in Christ. And I've never called you pops or mom, because my natural man, my natural mind understands authority in the body of Christ. And I understand the fivefold ministry, and I understand authority, and I understand, the word of God, not just from the church perspective, but from the army perspective, which means I'm very literal on a lot of stuff. And I take this stuff super seriously. I take stuff seriously that most Christians don't take seriously, and I pay the price for some of that ridiculousness that I believe. Okay? And I've learned not to take myself too seriously, which is why I got to joke around, because I can't take everything that I do and I say seriously. I can't. I have to literally be both. I have to take myself seriously and not take myself seriously, because whoever I'm around, there's always some level of opposition. And I have to, in order to counteract the opposition, I have to be my own opposition at the same time. Sounds dumb, because it is dumb. This stuff that I've been working on is so amazing and so hilarious, because a lot of it is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's just as ridiculous as a prophet telling a high level king or whatever it was to go dip in a swamp so that he could be healed. That's ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. It's just utterly ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But it's so ridiculous that it ends up being the way that God uses to not humiliate, but humble the people that need to be positioned better. It's ridiculous for God to know that Pharaoh was going to say, no, you can't have the children of Israel. You can't have them. It's got to be ridiculous for this whole saga to go on. Plagues, killing the sons, blood in the water. That's ridiculous. It just is. It just is. We believe in this stuff. We actually believe that all this Bible stuff actually happened. We actually believe that a man who was killed by Roman soldiers and by a political scenario, we believe that not only was he killed, which positioned him to fulfill the law that we as human beings couldn't fulfill, right? We believe that he would die for our sins, okay? We believe that our sinfulness is so great and so whatever that we needed a savior. We believe that. We actually believe that. And we've been spending years believing that. We believe that some dude died for our sins. It's ridiculous. But it's so ridiculous that there's a group of us that actually believe that. We actually believe beyond the dying for the sins that he rose up from the dead. Like, what are you saying you did? Okay, so you're telling me that you were dead on such and such a day, and now you're here, right? So that's a whole nother thing, right? There's some scriptures that talk about what happened while Jesus was resurrected and before he resurrected. There's some scriptures that talk about that type of stuff. I was fascinated by some of that. There's a whole group of things that happened between the day that he said it is finished to the day that Mary and the other disciples learned that he was gone and saw the cloth or whatever, right? So there was some stuff that happened. I'm gonna be talking about some of that stuff. I can't wait to talk about that stuff. That is some good stuff right there. I can't wait to. People talk about Easter and resurrection, Easter, and they talk about Good Friday. But what happened on Saturday? I got some stuff on the Saturday. I can't wait, Pastor Carla, to talk about the Saturday. Now, if somebody was talking about that time period, do you know I would be there like all the time? I would quit my job just to hear somebody talk about that time period because I want to know. But God gave me some insight, whatever, and I'm working stuff out and I guess that's what I'm supposed to talk about because then nobody else talk about it. I got to talk about Saturday because Good Friday. Listen, the Catholics do Station of the Cross. Pastor Carla, listen, when you go to a Catholic church or in a chapel like in the VA, they got on the wall, the Catholics, they got on the wall Stations of the Cross. Now, when you met me, I had done a song called I Wish You Knew. And what I did was I sang the Easter message all the way out. I sang the Good Friday message all the way out. In other words, I did a rap song that had the whole what happened leading up to him dying and blah, right? Passion of the Christ comes out. Passion of the Christ, that movie, is the song I Wish You Knew. He did it, spent a whole bunch of money. I spent about maybe like $50 recording the song or whatever else. So if all them people that watched Passion of the Christ, if they would have just listened to my song and paid the same amount of money for whatever, we would all be at the buildings. I'm just kidding. Anyway, bottom line is that song was when I went to the Catholic church or whatever, and I saw the Stations of the Cross, and it was around Good Friday time period when I went over there. I saw, this was 2018. I saw that, I was like, whoa, that's the song that I did. Whoa. And I broke down and cried because I looked at it at that time. I said, wow, the Catholics got it right. And they got it right because they agreed with me, my song, right? Then I left and I got upset with the Catholics for a minute. I said, wait a minute. Because what they did is, they did what Passion of the Christ did. They beat the crap out of them. So you see stations across each station, and they just beating them up. They just, right? So they beating them up. So that's the image that's out there of the Christ. That's the image, okay? And I got a problem, personally, with that image, Pastor Carla. Pastor Carla, the cross with dude on there, I have a problem with that image. And I'm going to tell you why. Because it's dumb. This is what I'm going to tell you. It's dumb, right? Now, this is dumb, but this is how I feel. I truly feel this way. Now, remember I told you, you both became my youth leader when I was spiritually 2 years old. I was born again when I was 19. And by the time I came to you, I was 21. So spiritually speaking, I was a babe in Christ. No matter how much I knew, I was 2 years old. Now my wife does not, when I explain this, what I'm about to explain, and the other stuff, about the age, the spiritual age, my wife don't believe it. And you probably don't believe it. And people probably don't believe it. And guess what? It's okay. Because the way I structure my life is the way I structure my life. Okay? Bible says that we don't live by bread alone, but we live by every word that proceeds out the mouth of God. Right? And in parentheses, I wrote inside, in my Bible, I didn't really do this, but I'm saying, that when Pastor Brian is speaking, it's the word of God. Not always just on the pulpit, but sometimes when off, because he's got to always be on. Y'all, both of y'all, always got to be on. You can't be off. You can't screw up. Y'all can't break down in public. Y'all can't have a moment of fit of rage. Y'all can't. And that's too messed up of a box. I can't stand that for y'all. I can't stand that. That is too much pressure. Now, back to this image for a second. This picture that I have of you up here, that everybody can see, Pastor Carla, Pastor Brian, you both approved this picture. Because I got this picture from Pastor Brian's Facebook page, if I'm not mistaken. So somebody took the picture. I don't know where you're at. Got a brick background. Maybe Cracker Barrel, maybe whatever. I don't know. My guess is Cracker Barrel because Cracker Barrel kind of got that feel. But anyway, but the focus is not the background. The focus is y'all's two beautiful faces is the focus. So y'all just did it. It's probably not the best picture in the world. But it's a picture that at least you both approved and put that on the Facebook. So I didn't ask permission to do this. But I just, by the Spirit, I go to your Facebook page whenever I want to, because I can go to Facebook anytime. I ain't got the keys to the church, so I can't go into church anytime I want to. But thank God I got access to your Facebook. I think I'm Facebook friends with you, Pastor Brian. I don't know. Let me check and see if I'm Facebook friends with Pastor Carla too. Because I don't know if Pastor Carla even do Facebook. Let me see. Hold on. All right, let's see. Yes, friend. Yes, friend. Yes. So we're Facebook friends, right? Now, here's about the excellence. I love just going and finding information right on the spot while I'm doing it. I like breaking the rule of, all right, we're gathered today. These are the problems we're going to talk about. Blah, 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 blah. Phone call. Okay, hold on, y'all. I know you're watching me live do this show. I got to take this call. Are you serious? Listen, you can't keep hiding under the bed. So get from under the bed. And everything is still going. I love the unexpected stuff happening, and I love it too. I love it too much. I love it so much, Pastor Carla and Pastor Brian, that the prim and proper way that you're supposed to be when you're standing before people, I make sure now that I don't, because I've already done the prim and proper. Okay, I've done it so many times. Prim and proper, I've done it. Thank the Lord. But the reason why we got the Bible is because you get the behind the scenes. The behind the scenes stuff is the real stuff. And that's what I'm going to be doing from now to 2036. That's one of my objectives. Is I'm going behind the scenes of this world system. Because I don't like a lot of stuff. Been in this Bible for years. And I'm bothered by some stuff. Ma and Pa. And I can now call you Ma and Pa, or Mom and Dad, or Pops and Mom. I can now legitimately call you that because I'm going to put a different perspective on our relationship right now, Pastor Carla. I'm about to put a different perspective on our relationship. I believe, Pastor Carla and Pastor Brian, I believe that you both are my spiritual parents. And as ridiculous as this sounds, this is more than a military thing. Because the way I've been functioning is this. This is how I've been functioning for years. That Pastor Brian is the general, and CCI is the headquarters, and I am stationed. I'm a headquarters soldier. I'm a headquarters of Christian Concepts International. And even though I ain't been tithing and I ain't been going to church on a regular basis out there, and when I show up there, everybody look at me like I'm crazy. Even your children look at me like I'm crazy. And they should, because I'm look at how crazy I'm. Do we really want this dude as representing CCI? Right? And so, but I'm soldiers. So Matt Ellipsis, Sergeant Master Sergeant Walker, reporting for duty, Pastor Brian, Pastor Carla, and I'm giving you updates, and stuff is going pretty good in the field, blah, whatever. I'm looking at it like a military arrangement. But see, Kevin Leo said this. He said, God produces sons and daughters that grow up to be fathers and mothers, who then have sons and daughters that grow up to be fathers and mothers. And as you know, I've got that cassette in my house here. I have it. I've got all the cassettes. I've got all types of cassettes and some CDs of Pastor Brian because okay? Pastor Brian, I remember so many things from so many sermons because I implemented this stuff because like a soldier, the military does this. They say, listen, when I stomp my foot, if you hear me say something and then I go, then what that mean is there's a test coming. That's one of the answers / questions and answer is going to be on the test. If I say something and you hear that right after what I say, it's on the test. So make sure that you're paying attention. So then I say something and everybody, oh yeah, I better make sure I got it. Sarge, could you repeat what you just said? Absolutely, because you were paying attention. You weren't paying attention, so that's why I did this. So then he repeats it, and everybody write it down. And then we all go back in our little study groups and figure it out. And yeah, all right, go all deep into it. That's the way I'm military trained. That's the way I'm trained. And plus, I'm a paralegal. So I got that perspective. I love people arguing. I love to watch fair fights. On this side, we have the pro, blah, blah, blah. And on this side, we have the con, blah, blah, blah. And they're going to be discussing, and they're going to be handling, blah, 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 blah. And so, begin. I'm not into sports. I'm not. I don't watch sports. I don't. I'm not into sports. I'm into listening to the Supreme Court. You can watch Pastor Carla. You can go to the Supreme Court website and you can click on any of them of the arguments, and I would just be sitting at work and I would click on the arguments and I would watch. And I would have it in the background and I'd be listening because you can't see, they don't videotape it. It's but you can see the face of the person who's talking. And so you're listening and it's like, 4 hours, 3 hours, whatever. And so they're talking and they're arguing. And so then, the person on one side of the argument is talking and there's 9 justices and all of them except for Clarence Thomas are arguing back and forth with the lawyer that's responding, and she's got to respond and go back and forth, and they're going back and whatever, and they're arguing, and I'm working on whatever I'm working on. This 2003, 2004, 2005. I'm listening to the Supreme Court. They play, and then when it's all over, said and done, I listen to the whole thing, and then it was all said and done. On the website is the final their PDF file that has the verdict. All right. And it's thick sometimes because somebody, when they do a vote and they say, okay, 5-4, this is the decision. So then the people who won, or that side they chose on that side, they have to write an opinion. They write what they decided and then they write an opinion on why they decided it. The other side, they can choose whether or not they want to write a rebuttal, like a minority report, or we did the majority report because the majority won, majority rules. So the majority, but then you can have a minority report that lets say, listen, we don't agree with the, we know we lost. Oh, we know that they're the judges, so they didn't win or lose. We decided, even though that Supreme Court, 2 sides are arguing 2 sides. 2 sides are arguing 2 sides of an issue. The Supreme Court, the 9 justices, they take everything, they close the record, and then they decide by vote. In other words, it's 9 of them right now. And so what happens is that they take all of the arguments and then they consider it, and then they get in a room and then they vote. And a lot of times, for political reasons, for whatever reason, it's always a 5-4 situation. So then if it's 5-4, that means that this side is the one that won the argument or whatever. And so, all right, so this such and such is legal in the planet or in America because the Supreme Court just decided blah. So now I can go to get the PDF and read what the decision was and why they decided it and how they considered the evidence, how they weighed it out and all of that. So now I understand why they made that decision. Now I know it's the news blurb that they made the decision, but now I understand. I'm in the justice's brain because they wrote it, so I get a chance to read it, and I'm like, whoa, I now understand that issue to the fullest. I got it. Now I understand why they decided to do that. Maybe they're not as dumb as I thought they were, because I'm going to tell you, I thought they was dumb. Then, in addition to that, as a bonus, I can go to the Minority Report, because what they do is then they put their thing out, Pastor Carla, and it say, okay, listen, we didn't win the vote, but here's why we think we should have, and why we still, even though we lost the vote, this is why we think they're still wrong. And that's deep right there. It's like, oh, snaps. I love it. Oh, God. I don't like sports. Field goals. He kicked the pigskin to the other side, and it was a turnover, and oh, bad. How do you feel? Because you lost deflate gate. So you deflated the football so that you could grip it better. Such pointlessness. It's just, and it's not that football is bad, but just Jesus, football. Oh my God. I have a testimony before you guys met me. Pastor Carla, this really happened, right? Anybody else who's listening in, thank you for sticking around. If you end up leaving, no big deal to me. Okay, you won't be hurting my feelings. Okay, thank you for even just a little bit of time that you spent with me. Pastor Carla, Pastor Brian, they are the leaders of Christian Concepts International. Now, Pastor Carla, you see how that smooth that plug was, where I just, put that in there, then I got that, and I can edit it, whatever. But anyway, bottom line is that, all right, so I'm going to tell you a testimony of something that happened before I met you. Now, listen, at this particular point in my life, this is before I met you, so I'm 20 years old, because I got saved when I was 19, right? So at this point, I'm 20 years old, and I come home from church to the barracks. I'm living in the barracks. I was stationed down at Fort Hood, Texas. And my roommate is watching a Philadelphia Eagles game, and I don't know if it was a away or home game. I don't remember who they were playing, but I just remember that I was 20 and he was watching the Eagles game, and he's an Eagles fan, and it's 2 minutes left in the game, and he was upset. Now, I had my church clothes on, and literally church clothes, I meant I went to Goodwill because that's all I could afford at the time, and I bought a whole bunch of church clothes, and that's what I had on. I had my church clothes on. So in my closet, all I had was my uniforms and my church clothes, because I didn't have like regular clothes, because I had some regular clothes at that time, but I just did everything in my uniform because I wasn't I didn't have a lot of clothes growing up, so whatever. I just don't, Anyway, I think the reason why church clothes comes up in my mind is because I think I'm ready to change all of that right now. I'm ready to finally have a freaking wardrobe, actually have some clothes. I'm finally ready. Anyway, okay, so this story I'm about to tell you, Pastor Carla. This story, I wish that I was recording video at the time. There was no the technology wasn't. I think this was still beeper time. Because when me and Valerie got together, I had a beeper. And I don't think I even had a beeper when I was 19, 20, 21 years old. You just call people on on the payphone. So I get a bunch of quarters, call my mother. Hey, Mom, guess what? I think I'm a Christian now. I think I'm saved now because I'm going to church. And so she said, that's good, Matt. That's really good, right? So I come in from church and my roommate is distressed looking because he wants the Eagles to win. And I've never cared about football, ever. I still don't. I care about the people that like football now, but I didn't before. Okay? I just, whatever. And I wasn't anti-sports. I just didn't have a opinion on it. So I'm sitting there in my little raggedy church clothes. And I said, what's wrong, man? He said, the Eagles can't lose. I don't want them to lose. I looked up the screen, and I definitely didn't follow football. Like I didn't even know. I know now at least a lot more about it of what. But at that point in my life, I didn't know what I was looking at. So I said it to him. I said, well, who you want to win? The Eagles. Oh, so I'm looking. And there's a little bit less than 2 minutes left in the game. So then I said to him, I said, you know what? This just blurted out of my mouth, okay? This blurted out of my mouth. You know what? If you give your life to Christ, the Eagles will win the game. Pause. Pastor Carla, I am 1 year old as a Christian. Probably not even 1 year old. Okay? Because I don't remember exactly the date that this happened. One day I am going to do the research on all of the Eagles games and try to figure out what. You know what I'm saying? I should be able to figure out what season. So I'm telling you this story because this is a true story. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to find the actual game so that I can know exactly what happened because I don't remember all the details. I just remembered what I'm about to tell you. So I'm freezing the frame because I need to tell you that for me to say, if you give your life to Christ, the Eagles will win. For me to say that is the most ridiculous thing that I had ever said in my life at that point. Now I've said some way more ridiculous stuff. Way more ridiculous. But here I am. I'm a new believer. I've been saved for a little bit less than 1 year. I don't even know if I was baptized yet. I don't even know if I was baptized yet. Okay, so I come home from church. I got these raggedy church clothes on, Pastor Carla. And I tell him, just as sure, Pastor Carla, Pastor Brian, and whoever else is listening to this mess, I was as sure as somebody saying that there's sugar in the cupboard. Okay? There's some sugar in the cupboard. Ain't no sugar in the cupboard. There's some sugar in the cupboard. Listen, I'm telling you there's some sugar in the cupboard. Oh, you're right. There's some sugar in the cupboard. I told you it was some sugar in the cupboard. Now listen, okay? Pastor Carla, I'm about to tell you the events that happened. I promise you that these events are true. And I hope that one day I'll be able to prove it. Now, this is so small and nitnoid. It's a testimony, but it's nitnoid because who cares if I prove it or not? I care because I'm a soldier in the army of the Lord, and I need everything. I need the record. I'm like for the Supreme Court. If I'm going to decide that Jesus is real, right? I need for all the evidence to be exactly correct. Did this happen or did it not happen? I want to know did it happen? I want to go back and find all the Eagles games because what happened amazed me and him at the same time. Both of us, this thing I'm about to tell you, Pastor Carla, this is some ridiculous mess. Okay, let me tell you for short, right? When I tell this story in public, it's going to come out a lot better. Right now, all I'm doing is just talking to you about this situation because I'm talking to you, Pastor Carla. I don't care about whoever else is listening, okay? So I'm sorry for being long-winded about this thing. You see how I don't care about, because, and I can do that. I'm going to be doing this till 2036, Pastor Carla. I am so comfortable and relaxed in what I'm doing. I'm home, is what I'm saying. Home is in Toma, and home is with y'all, is what I'm trying to say. Now, here we go. All right, we're back into the story. So, if you give your life to Christ, the Eagles will win the game. Now, as soon as I put the period on that sentence, Pastor Carla, as soon as I put the period on that sentence, and you can't put a period on a sentence, because you only put a period in a sentence when you're writing it. So soon as I finished the sentence, the crowd started to go crazy on the screen of the TV, and the announcer started saying some stuff that basically amounted to the other team dropped the ball and one of the Eagles players picked it up and took it into the end zone. And so now, because they were I think 2 touchdowns down or some weird number, because you could do a touchdown and you could do like a 2-point or 3-point, whatever dumb score, whatever. If they had 2 touchdowns, they would win the game. That's the only way they could win, and it was impossible because whatever this team was, they were. I don't even know all the details of that, whatever. But they were like, oh wow, thrown over. Oh my God! So now they got a minute and 40 or a minute and 20, or a minute and 30 at the most left, and so now the other team got the ball, and they did something else where the Eagles grabbed the ball again and went into the end zone, and they won the stupid game. Listen, so I'm watching the end of this. It was so interesting because that was probably the first time that I ever watched a football game. I think that was the first time. I'm a babe in Christ. I'm not even 2 years old in Christ yet, like legitimately. And I say this what I now know is sort of a prophetic word, okay? And then it happens. The Eagles won. The dude, my roommate, did not give his life to Christ before the Eagles won. That's what I'm trying to tell you, okay? So I said the statement, okay? And then before he could even make up his mind to retort, Pastor Carla, ma'am, before he could even make his mind up to let it register. Listen, this is how preposterous my statement was, Pastor Carla. Listen, it's the exact same thing for me to say. Listen, you're hungry, right? Yeah, I'm hungry. Wow, so you want to get something to eat? Yeah, I told you I'm hungry. So let's go get something to eat. Okay, all right. So now, so where we gonna go? Let's go over here to let's go to McDonald's, right? So all right, cool. We at McDonald's, right? Now, now listen, we about to get this burger, but I have to talk to you about something. Cool. All right. Well, I'm hungry, but go ahead, talk to me. Tell me what you want to know. if you sign over your car to me, I will purchase your meal. All I need is a double cheeseburger. I'm hungry, but all I'm getting is a double cheeseburger, some fries, so my thing is going to tap out at $5. I know, it's $5. I got the $5. So just sign over your car to me, and I'll get you a meal. I got your meal. I got you. Why would I sign up? My car is a Pontiac Sunbird, and it cost me $2,000. Why would I sign over my car to you? So you can get this meal. Listen, wouldn't it be nice if somebody took you out to eat and bought your meal? Yes, it would be. Well, if I get this meal for you, all you got to do is sign over your car to me. Don't you think that's a little bit unfair? Now, I could go in and drag this out, but the preposterousness of asking for a huge commitment for something ridiculously small, like a $5 meal, that's a dumb proposal. Why would God? No, I'm not putting this on God. Why would I, with my ridiculous evangelism stuff in my head, why would I say that if you value this game so much, since you're so distressed about this game, since it's weighing you down, if they lose, I don't know what you're going to do. Are you going to go out and drink if they lose? Are you going to, what do you get if they win? What do you get? So, listen, let me give you something way more valuable. Let me give you some salvation. So, this salvation is so amazing that it's really a blessing to you to have this. And as a matter of fact, it's such a blessing to you to have salvation, which comes with everything that salvation comes with. And guess what? I don't have I could spend an hour or two talking to you about all this stuff, and we wouldn't even hit it all. I just came back from church. I'm fired up. It's good. Guess what? If you accept the Lord as your Lord and Savior right now, make a lifetime commitment to the Lord, the Eagles will win the game. Do you know how ridiculous that sounds? It's just utterly ridiculous for me to prophesy or even say those words. It's ridiculous for me to even, I didn't even think about it. It blurted out. I blurted this ridiculousness out. And then the even more ridiculous happened. The Eagles won the game before he even answered. Pastor Carla, the way that I see the Lord is not a religious tradition. I just don't. Because I said this ridiculous, preposterous thing, and then he backed me up. I'm sitting over here looking at it like, wow. Wow. So then, now, what? It was ridiculous for me to say what I said out loud. It was ridiculous. It was even more ridiculous for God to move somehow and make the Eagles win the game. Now what happens? To be honest with you, that's the end of the story. But that's the second thing on my list to go find this dude. Because we got Facebook now. I have to put the story out to the world. And what I need the world to do, I need the planet to find that dude. I need the planet to find the game. Like this is how I feel. So, I'm the general. I'm the general. All right, listen. Back in 1996, there was an Eagles game. So figure out what season the Eagles games. Just figure out all the seasons. 1996, that's the 96 to 97 season, right? Who won the Super Bowl? Now back it up. Let's focus in on the Eagles. Now the Eagles, what was their win-loss for that year? Okay, they won this and they won that and lost this. So now, all right, we're not looking at the losses. Let's look at all the wins. Now, how many wins did they win where it was like a blowout, and how many were close? Well, all right, we got 7 of them. No, we got 4 of them that were close, and then all the rest of these are blowouts. All right, those 4 are the ones we need to look at. So let's find the tape of the last 3 minutes of the game for all of these 4, and then let's watch them. So then I watch them. I can find out which exact game that this happened. That's how detailed I am about my testimony. I just testified to you that I said something ridiculous and God backed me up. And that's the end of the story. That's not the end of the doggone story. It better not be the end of the story. We need to know, did the dude give his life to the Lord? That's number 1. And then on top of that, what game you talk about? Show me what game you talking about. Now I'm going to have the tape, so I'm going to do an episode where I got the tape of that game. Put it up there so we can watch. And I should be able to pinpoint the exact moment that I said what I said. All I remember of the situation was there was the last 2 minutes of the game. That's all I remember. And I don't know football like that, so quit cross-referencing, cross-examining me like you don't believe me. Okay, I'm trying to. I found the game. I told the story. I found the exact game. Listen, you don't have to believe me, but I'm telling you, this testimony is not an opinion. This testimony is a fact. God moved when I said something. I said some stuff. And then, now, I said some stuff that was ridiculous. And then the ridiculous happened. I need behind the scenes, meaning I want the details of what happened as a result of whatever happened. And I have so many other testimonies like this of things that happened. Because by the time y'all met me, I was a tithing, cheerful giving. I was already trained in the mechanics of what you're supposed to do as a Christian to be a good church member, right? And then I start to learn our stuff. Then you guys kind of know, generally speaking, what happened. But now I'm about to go and I'm touching every single moment if I can. Because there are milestones between the time I got saved all the way up until this season that we're in now, that these are my sermons or these are my testimonies. Because really, I don't consider myself a preacher. I did not consider myself a preacher until last night. God started having me make this list. Okay, I'm gonna get into this list in a second. But that's how so that's one thing is I'm gonna go and find the game. And then the second thing, because we got Facebook, I should be able to figure out at Fort Hood who was in one of the COSCOM units, and he was in my unit, so I think he had to have been in my unit, but to see if I can narrow down who were my roommates. You know what I'm saying? There's got to be some type of piece of paper that has, all right, now, I may not be able to find it. That stuff is all old records or whatever, but there's a chance that God, just like I'm a scribe and I got all your sermons, right? I got all your sermons. I tried to convince your mother, Pastor Brian, your mother-in-law, Pastor Carla. I tried to convince her, please give me the sermons. If they're sitting in your basement, they're collecting dust, the wear out. You don't know how many cassettes get ruined in the process of me trying to, get it. So then I have to I get the stuff good. And if I can't get it, then now I got to put those separate. And I don't have all the technology yet to fix the cassettes like I used to. I used to be able to just fix the cassettes. You do it, but who got time to be fixing cassettes? Cassettes. We are in the new broadcast era, and I'm fixing cassettes. Just give me the tapes, Mommy O'Neil. Give me the tapes so I can do what God told me to do, which is digitize the stuff and hand y'all back a doggone thumb drive with all the boxes in the thumb drive. Just give it to me. Quit acting like it's a big deal. Now, it may be a big deal, and I just don't know because I'm an ignorant dude to the stuff. But my point is I know my role. Now, again, that's my thing. I'm a military dude. Okay? So I understand the word of God when the generals say some stuff, and if I, as a lower sergeant or an officer, and I speak what the leader, the general, is speaking, then the general backs it up. The general says, hey, all right, we're going to be leaving at 6 in the morning. Now go out to everybody and say, listen, y'all need to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning because we're leaving at 6 in the morning. Man, I don't feel like going. Listen to me. I know you may not respect me, but you need to respect. I am speaking exactly, homologeo. I'm speaking exactly what the general said. What the heck? Call it. It is 3:51 in the morning. So I'm not in up. No problem. Everybody else, y'all getting up, we're good. All right. Now, how come dude ain't getting up? He didn't believe me that you told him through me to get up. No problem. I'll take care of it. Why ain't you get up? Oh, General, sir, no, ma'am, guess what? You're in trouble now. Get out there, whatever. But after you're done, you're in trouble. I'm sorry. What could I have done to prevent this? If I empower my leader to say some stuff and you don't do it, then you're in trouble with me. So I gave him authority to speak for me. So if he speaks, you might as well consider it me speaking. You understand me, sir? I understand what you're saying. All right. You understand what I'm saying? I understand what you're saying. All right. Then they get back together and he says, listen, I'm sorry, man. I care about you, man. But, I speak for the boss right now. All right, man. Yeah. All right. I won't take our relationship for granted no more. Okay? My point in that is the word of the Lord is very, very powerful, and it's time for some stuff to happen. Pastor Carla and Pastor Brian, it's time for some stuff to happen. I am personally tired of going to all these churches and sometimes CCI in this respect. I'm tired of coming to church and God showing me and letting me know the whole sermon before the people start talking. It's it started off very, very cool. Like, wow. Ooh. Wow. You mean to tell me? Oh, so that's what you're going to say. All right. Oh, snaps. So I'm listening. Oh, snaps. I'm hearing. Oh. Even sometimes when people go off on a tangent, right? God will set up a tangent for them to go on. Right? Pastor Brian will do it like this. He'll be like, why am I here? Y'all pulling me in this direction. Because the word of God is for the people, to bless the people. And so God is moving here, and they'll say some over here, moving. And I'm ready to move outside the church walls. I'm tired of church box ministry. I'm tired of it. I'm done with church box ministry. I love not being a regular church attender. I'm loving it. I told my wife, I gotta admit, I love it. I love not going to church. I love being down here in the basement. Like today is Sunday. I got some stuff I gotta do. I got stuff I gotta do. I got 2 churches I gotta go visit because I gotta talk to them about getting their sermon catalogs. One of them, I gotta take their catalog and put it online. The other church, I gotta go over there and either help them with their website, but God wants me to give him, he wants me to give him 1 year of service. And the first one, Pastor Dawn, I got to figure out what it is God wants me to do. I just know I know what we discussed. And so I got to talk to them and see what all they need. And then both churches start at 9:00. So, while I was last week, when I was on the way to both of those churches, both of them, one of them clear across town and the other one is not that far from the house. So I got 2 churches that I got to go visit them exactly at the same time, right? So I try my best to do digital or whatever. The pastor over here, I gave him the information and he ain't never really responded back because he's a business owner and he's, leader of the church. So got it. But I'm friends with some of the church members, so I know how to get a message to some people, okay? Because sometimes I'm coming with something that's way, 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 way different than what they used to, right? Usually you go to the church, they want you to become a member, become part of the infrastructure, be a good tither. Guess what? I don't do that no more. I'm not the church member, blah, blah, blah. I'm a kingdom ambassador. That's what I call myself. But there's a reason why I'm saying this. Anyway, so that's what I gotta do at 9:00 in the morning. I gotta go to 2 different churches that start at the same time. And when I try to get there early, they don't get to the church early, like 8:00. So I got there to both of them. I went to both of them at 7:30, 8:00. Nobody's there. Nobody's at 8:00 in the morning. Nobody's there. So I go to another church and I end up finding out some stuff. I can't wait to explain this stuff that I found out last Sunday. I found out last Sunday exactly why I've been in Toma, why God sent me here. And it started on Sunday and it finished up on Friday. It finished up on Friday. So from Sunday to Friday was one long week of God saying, guess what? This is the reason why you're in Toma. Boom. Now, I've been getting types and shadows of some stuff, but finally everything hit. And why did it hit? Because he told me to go to these places, and I started to go, and they weren't there because I don't know their timing or whatever. So I got to get my timing right with them. So I went there early thinking that people going to be at church early so they can set up, walk around the church, pray, whatever. And, kind of what I'm used to with y'all. Y'all open up the church at 8:00 to start a 10:30 service or whatever, So these people, they go up in there at probably at like 9:55 to start the 9:00 service. So I got some work to do. to be on the good timing with them, which means I'm gonna be interrupting the service to go in there with my thing, and I don't care, because at 10 o'clock I got another meeting with I have another meeting with a friend of mine that we are about to do something for radio. That I can't wait to show y'all. This plan is, you think that my prediction gets, it wasn't even prediction. The stuff I got planned for my 10 o'clock meeting is, and my 10 o'clock meeting is gonna bear more fruit than, unfortunately, I hate to say this, but it's going to bear more fruit in the earth than what those two churches have done combined, from my personal view at this point. I may be wrong, but I know what I'm going for with this meeting that I got going on. This meeting is going to impact millions of people. What they do, hopefully I can connect their sermons, put them, do them what needs to happen so that they can be on point like they should be on point, because God loves both of them and God has anointed both of them, and God wants for me to serve both of them in some capacity. So I just got to figure out the details. So I know the details for this one. This one, I got to feel them out and figure out what's the deal. But I can do that once I get it all in place. Boom, they'll be happy. I can go check on them at the certain times. Sometimes I'll go and sit in service with them. Sometimes sit in service with them, all that. But my wife has committed, and she's now about to have her face on the wall at Lighthouse Church in Toma. So my wife is raising up in the ranks at this one church, and I have not committed to that church because God has not sent me there. He may have sent her there, but not me. And just like I'm a military guy, Army of the Lord. My wife can be assigned here and me be assigned there. That's just the way it works. Thank God it works like that. I'm used to it. There's so many dual military spouses, and I have so much content to put out there from my military career, because listen, by the time you met me, this is what happened, Pastor Carla, Pastor Brian. You met me as a 2-year-old boy in Christ. I got saved at 19. You met me when I was 21. At 21, my stage name was the M. Now, I need to tell you the story of how I got that name. I started rapping when I was 15 years old. And my rap name was The Mad Dog. The Mad, D-A-W-G. The Mad Deranged A-Hole with a Gun. That's what my rap name was when I was in high school, when I started rapping. The Mad Deranged with a Gun, right? And I started rapping, doing my thing, and I ended up having a partner, Jerry, and that guy committed suicide. He committed suicide in 1994, going into 95. He committed suicide between Christmas and New Year's. Okay? Now, the reason why this is significant, Christmas and New Year's and suicide. In between that week, New Year's Day is important to me because I had to end the year with that, but at the same time period, I got to start a new semester of school, and I committed to the Army. My mother brought the recruiter to the house. So at the same time, I'm ending a season in my life where I'm grieving him, but I'm also starting my military career at this same season. So New Year's is important to me. Now, Pastor Carla, you're the one that after Adrian was suicide number 2 in my life. You told me, Pastor Carla, if you can reach him, go get him, regardless of regardless of the church politics. Do not listen to nobody else. You listen to God. That was mommy talking. Okay? Because here's the deal, Pastor Carla, mommy, right? Here's the deal. I was 21, which means in the natural, my body is 19 years older than my spirit man age. Because I was born 19 years. I was born, and then I was born again at 19 years old. Now, this is very literal. Now, my wife doesn't believe. I tried to explain this to her. Matter of fact, I explained it to her last week on Sunday, and she said it don't work like that. And here's the thing. She's right. She's right. My wife is right. It don't work like that. It don't work like that for everybody. But for Matthew Walker, for me, I do the stuff I'm about to say. I am not pronouncing a new religion. No. Some of the stuff I got to say is going to be different than what we have, whatever. But you have to understand, I am, I'm me. I'm not average everyday Christian. I'm not cookie cutter Christian. You, Pastor Carla, and you, Pastor Brian, you two are you. You're not everybody else. So the experiences and way that you are, and Pastor Brian, the experiences and the way that you are, that's y'all. That's your brand of ministry. That's your brand of how you care about people. And other people can maybe give you some insight, but y'all pretty much, you got it down pat. You know, as much as hard and as weird as blah, 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 that as weird as everything can get in life, you both pretty much have it down, and you've had it down ever since I've known you. I think that so you guys are going to have to, this is what they call in the legal profession with two lawyers, right? Like I said, my wife, she doesn't believe it worked that way, and she's right. It don't work that way. Your spirit man, when you become born again, your spirit man, you have access to the whole everything, so you could be wise and blah. Yes, she's right. Yes, baby. Now, she goes, do what she's doing. I am living my life based on the stuff I got to say. I've seen evidence that when I say some stuff, God does some stuff and it work out. I've seen God move in my life. I've seen him move in my life. I have real testimonies, and my testimonies are my stories. But because of my paralegal brain or my paralegal training, I like to take everything and make sure that there's a bibliography page, or make sure that it's backed up with the factoids, the facts. In other words, it may be a story that I told about the Eagles game thing, but sometime between now and 2036, I am going to establish that this was a fact. Because I'm going to get the testimony of the dude that was in the room with me when it happened. I'm going to get the records of the game and this tape of the game. I'm going to figure out what day it was. And then I should be able to, as close as possible, be able to establish that it's a fact that when I said something that God had me say, or that I just said, I made it up, that God did something that changed the nature of that game, which means God's word can affect circumstances in the earth. As close to fact as I can possibly make that is what I'm going to be doing with my life. Now, that sounds ridiculous. It's just as ridiculous. It's just as ridiculous as actually the rest of the stuff in this Bible. If I can't even prove my words to be true and fact, if I can't even prove mine, what am I walking around trying to prove his for? And that's just how I feel. Now that's my feeling. Here's what Pastor, now that is a direct response to something Pastor Brian said. Here's what Pastor Brian said, and this was I wasn't in the sound booth when he said this. He said, and I'm paraphrasing, Pastor Carla, I hope I still have your attention. I'm sorry for being so long-winded. He said, don't chase after people to give them your wisdom and insights. Don't chase after them. Go do something great, and then everybody is going to start chasing after you to find out how you did it. That is a Christian concept. I don't take my pearls and cast them to the swine. I don't do that. I don't take my insight in the kingdom of God and go chase after people to try to browbeat them into becoming saved. I don't do that. I'm just not into that at all. Because let me tell you the rest of that story for a second. A little bit more of what happened. I come into the room. He's looking despondent, looking upset. What's wrong? I don't want the Eagles to lose. If you give your life to the Lord, the Eagles will win. Then the Eagles win. Now, after the shock that's in my head and in my face, and the glee of him jumping up and down, right? Does he forget? I didn't forget that there was a promise made and an offer made. And God made good on the offer before he even made a decision. And it's up to him to say yes or no. But God already made good on his side of it even before he said yes or no. Hey man. Give me double cheeseburger, fries, and a pop. Hey, don't pull out your wallet, man. Here, let me take care of that. What? You don't need to do that, man. No. Listen. You're a good friend to me. Let me pay for this meal. Here you go. Bam. You know, thanks a lot, man. I appreciate you buying the $5. Now I had the $5, so you didn't really have to do that. Why did you pay for my meal? What's so special about today? Listen, I need to borrow your car. You need to borrow my car? For what? Listen, I need to borrow your car. Well, look, you did buy me a meal. I'll let you borrow my car. Right? Now, end scene on that. Now, he starts off with a good gesture, which opens it up for him to be able to say yes or no. Can I have your car? Can you sign your car over to me? No, I'm not signing my car. Well, what you? Oh, well, I want my $5 back. No, it's just no. You know what I'm saying on that. Now, regarding dude, my roommate. Here's what I heard from him, because I'm so grateful to God that I think, if I remember correctly, I was not a douche that would say, all right, it's time for you to give your life to the Lord now. Over a game. Over a stinking game. I need you to make a lifetime commitment over a game. It's preposterous. Be different if I had him at gunpoint. It'd be different if I was giving him a kidney. Give your life to the Lord and I'll give you my kidney. Then okay, we can have that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe. But dude, then he said, because I don't know what God was doing with him. That's another thing I've learned. That by the time you get into an interaction with somebody, God has already set some stuff up. It's already been set up sometimes. So he says to me, I know what I gotta do. And I left it alone. This story happened before I met you. So I had my evangelism technique. Back when Apostle John Eckhart was on the radio at 5 a.m, and Angie Ray was, I think she was right after. Apostle John taught a message called prophetic evangelism. What is this, Apostle John? I ain't never heard. I heard about the apostle and the prophet, and I get that. And I heard about fivefold ministry. The prophet and the evangelist. So he does the message. Right? So in my head, I'm like, I wonder if I take this evangelism juice and I take this prophet pointer, I wonder what would happen. Because Apostle John talked about prophetic evangelism. He said that those things can be combined, and he gave an example of some. So I'm going to see if I can combine these two into something. How do these two work together? I know how these work together. The apostle and the prophet. No, I got to do a better job. The prophet, okay. Let's say this is the prophet. Yeah, let's say this is the prophet and this is the evangelism. How does the prophet and the evangelist, how do you combine them? I know how to combine the apostle, the prophet and the apostle. You do that with this connection cord. You plug one into this and the other one into that, and the apostle and the prophet can work together. I get it. Took me a little while, but I finally figured out how to hook in my brain, how to hook up the prophet and the apostle. I figured it out. You just need this connection cable. So the prophet needs to be doing blah, 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 blah. And the apostle needs to be doing blah, 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 blah for them to work together. Because if they don't, then it's going to be a mess. It's going to be a mess. So I just got to make sure that I plug the right thing in. And don't drop this, because this, now. But the prophet and the evangelist, so that was 3 years of me trying to figure that out. And I know it sounds ridiculous, because you probably see, the prophet does this, and the evangelist this, the evangelist prophet says. But see, I'm very technical, unfortunately, okay? That is my middle name. My middle name is R. Famous Brilliance, right? And y'all know me as Matt. Matt means gift that takes on the nature of the giver. So that's who people know me. Matt, brother Matt, Matthew, whatever. That's what people know me at. But the Robert part of me makes it so that I be down in my basement trying to figure stuff out. Because Robert that's my grandfather's name. And my grandfather was a technical genius, apparently. And so Robert could take some stuff apart and put it back together. And I'm not that real mechanical, but I can do a couple things, right? So I figured out how because see, it's not just the technical part. What I'm saying is, just like with the Supreme Court and their whatever, I need to go in here and I look at all those things in there in the Bible about the evangelists and Paul and how things worked and whatever. Because then once I got it, and you go all the rabbit trails, every single rabbit trail that comes up, I traveled the rabbit trails in my private time and think about the stuff and meditate on it or whatever. And so what happens is a lot of times I'm not good in the natural. I'm not naturally astute. Like go to the dentist to get my teeth worked on. Like go to the store and buy healthy food. Like pay my rent all the time. So, it's just because I be in my thoughts and I be working on stuff and the stuff is critical. It'd be important. How do I work on an album while some of the time I'm homeless? But I'm working on the album. Listen, I got a storage unit and got a plug a long extension cord. This was why you knew me. Listen to this listen to this stupidness. I was part of the youth ministry. And I was working on my album, number 2. I was working on the second album. And I was no longer living in the apartment with my sisters. I was sometimes sleeping in the car. So I opened up a storage unit because I was working at the storage place. So I opened up a storage unit and I had this long extension cord. Pastor Carla. Listen. This long extension cord. The nearest outlet was all the way down. So I had to go buy this long 2 extension cords. So I plug up the extension cords so that now I got power in the storage unit. So I had all of my stuff, keyboard, drum machine. I didn't have no computer at the time. All my cassettes, all of my stuff. I had all of it in the storage unit because I had to take it out of the apartment, put it in my car. I got it in the storage unit. So that it's out of my car. So I could sleep in the car, right? And so I got it all in the storage unit set up. Now, I got power. I got power in the storage unit. So I turned on my stuff. And I got 24-hour access because I work there. So I get off work and then I go into the storage unit, plug up the thing. Sometimes I would keep it up, but sometimes I would put it down. The door. And I'd just be up in the storage unit. Nobody's there. Boom. 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 Pastor Carla, I didn't know that you gotta put stuff to absorb the sound on the walls in order to absorb the sound. But I didn't know all of the technical stuff about how to absorb the sound. So I'm in a storage unit and it's metal. It's metal on this, metal on that, I think concrete on this, and metal on that. So it's the worst environment for sound creation. So when you say boom, then the rest of the building is so boom, 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 right? I'm up in there and I'm writing lyrics and I'm making the little beats, whatever, to work on the second album. Right? That's what I was. Okay? And now listen, up until this time, like I said, I'm a babe in Christ. So now, there's a word that I need to introduce to our conversation. This one-way conversation that we're having. It's been 2 hours, okay? 2 hours. I can't put this in a text. And I got to make an episode, so I got to make it interesting. And, ma'am, listen. Take your time and listen to it. Now, here it is. Because all of this is a point. There's points I'm making in here. And that's why I need to say all this stuff. And believe it or not, I'm not following my list exactly, but I'm following my list. There's a term, Pastor Carla and Pastor Brian, that I need to introduce to our conversation. And that is, it's called stipulation, right? To stipulate something is, I may not understand or agree with what you're saying, but I'm going to stipulate so we can move forward. I'm going to agree with you. So it's not real agreement and it's not real understanding. I just told you that my body is 19 years older than my spirit. And that my body was 21 when I met you and my spirit was 2 years old. So you were taking charge of a 2-year-old Matthew. Okay? The M. That stage name, when I was driving back from Texas, coming back to Chicago, before I even knew there was a Crusaders, my car broke down in Oklahoma. And so it was on a Sunday. So I pulled my stuff out of the car, jogged to the nearest toll spot. I said, well, my car broke down. And he said, well, ain't no tow truck gonna happen till probably like maybe 10 o'clock or something like that. So I said, well, since I gotta wait, is there a church I can go to around here? It's like, well, I'm off work in a few minutes. Let me take you somewhere. So he took me to, this is a true story. He took me to, this is before I met you. He took me to his daughter's church. His daughter's husband was a pastor, and either they disbanded the church or just wasn't no people going to the church. Nobody. Because it was only... All right, Pastor Carla. I need to tell you this ridiculous story. This story is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous story. So, he drops me off. The toll booth worker that dropped me off, his name happened to be Matt. He drops me off at his daughter's house. His daughter is, both the husband and wife, they had to be in their maybe 50s, late 40s, 50s. But this was a like southern worn down area, right? Just where the heck am I at? And he takes me to this church. So I go there and the pastor is excited because Somebody's there. I'm there. Who? Oh, wow. I'm finna preach to actually somebody. Because that's what ended up happening. He preached to me. Nobody else was really there. So I come to his house, and he and I are going to go to church. So his wife is also, she's doing something separate. So we get to church, and it's right down, either down the street or down something not that far, like literally like right there. So we go in there, and I'm sitting waiting for things to kick off. And finally, he stands behind the pulpit, and I'm looking around, and it's me. There's a skinny snagger-tooth black dude. No, there's a skinny, he wasn't snagger-tooth. He was kind of snagger-tooth, but he wasn't all the way snagger-tooth like the other lady. So, okay, it's me, and it was a skinny dude, old dude, had his legs crossed. And then there was a kind of, she was kind of portly, she wasn't small. She was not a small little lady, light skin. And she was snagger-tooth, like she was definitely snagger-tooth. And then there was the pastor. And his wife, the pastor's wife, she came in like a couple times, but she looked very disinterested. Like what I think I remember is she, like that. That's what I kind of think I remember. But anyway, I just remember her not seeming as interested. So now he says, we're going to have the praise team come. And I'm looking around. I had just come from People's Choice Pentecostal Holiness Church. That's the church that I got saved in. People's Choice Pentecostal Holiness Church. So I was apparently a holiness, whatever, Pentecostal, whatever. That's what I came from when I first got saved. That's where I came for the 2 years that I was there. So I came from that, whatever that means. And so now so when he said praise team is going to come, he shouldn't have said, in my opinion, he shouldn't have said praise team. He should have said Myrtle is going to come up and sing a song. This man said the praise team is going to give us a number. And it, like I said, it's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5, 5 people, because she's going in and out. The pastor's wife going in and out. So he's standing there, and she starts to lead the song. So she's playing on the piano, right? Now I'm looking at this, and I said, is this a joke? But I love church so much. That it was odd, but I'm okay. So she's playing, and the pastor and her are singing, and the dude with his legs crossed, the old guy, his eyes are kind of like. So I'm looking at this, okay. So she's playing, and I said, well, look over at the drums. And I'm not a drummer. But I just felt, all right, And I said, all right, because I'm not saying out loud what I heard in my head. I heard in my head or in my heart, go on. You want to play the drums real quick. Right? So like a little bitty 2-year-old, I ran over to the drums, and they didn't have drumsticks. They had a couple of hangers sitting over there. So I grabbed the 2 hangers, and I did what I was capable of doing. Now, that's all I'm doing. Because I don't know how to play the drum. But I was able to do that. Then she's playing, and then she's doing this. So now she's jamming, and whatever the song was, I can't remember what the song was. Then she gets off the keyboard and starts dancing around the church. And she was literally doing I said, whoa. The pastor talked to me before church and during the church service. He basically let me know, young man, you are called into the ministry of reconciliation. As you go to Chicago, you're going to experience a lot of stuff, but you are going to fulfill his will for your life. That's basically, I ain't got no tape of what happened, but that's basically what happened. And then I'm in your care. So I come and I, for whatever reason, join the youth ministry, and I'm in your care. And so I should be calling you mom and dad, dad and mom, spiritual dad and mom. I should be. And I think that my allegiance to you is not military allegiance as I've practiced it. That's the way I've always viewed you guys, as the generals. But it's become clear to me in the past 2 weeks, because when last year on 2 occasions I was put into a mental institution twice. And I remember while I was in there, not only did I believe I wasn't supposed to be in there, but I remember talking to God about life, and he told me about this spiritual age thing. That your natural age is such and such, and your spiritual age is this, your spirit man. It's a real thing. Born. Why does a man have to be born again when he came through his mother the first time? And maybe this information, I'm not going to be sharing it as I want y'all to start living y'all life like this. I'm sorry, maybe I will be saying that. Maybe I will be. I think I might be. But I have to tell you where I'm coming from, because here's the deal. Before I go into here's the deal part, I have to finish saying about this parents thing. I believe, and I don't know this to be true, like yet from the Lord, but based on what I'm gathering, God is my heavenly Father. My natural father, his name is Rocco. And my natural mother name is Vivian. You both have never met my parents, and I doubt if you ever will, and it's not something that's ever really important. the the relationship that I have with my son, Nathan, I found out last year that the way that he and I interact with each other is the way that me and God were interacting with each other. It hit me when he was 6 for the first time. But then it really dawned on me in 2018 when he and I started playing chess together. That is weird. So bullet point 1, spiritual age. Now, what does that mean? My wife and I we started talking about it. And she stipulated, for the sake of the discussion, about the spiritual age thing. So my body is 43. 43 minus 19. What I feel is that I am a 24-year-old, 24-year-old in the Lord. So my life is about dates. I know my birth date. I know my retirement year ending date, my ETS date, my the start date and the end date of my orders. I have my life. Okay, first, spiritual age. I am currently 24 years old in the spirit. I am 43 years old in the natural. First natural, then spiritual. 43 in the natural, 24 in the spirit. Right? Very weird. Not a doctrine that I'm putting out. This is not a doc. That's what I'm trying to say. This is not a doctrine. This is my testimony. And some of my conclusions from my testimony. That's all it is. What I'm getting into. Okay? So spiritual age is 1. So ever since I've known you guys, so when I was 22 years old, 29, 21, 22, my military unit got reassigned to Fort McCoy, where I live at now. So this is before Chicago, before you guys were even positioned in Chicago Heights. Okay. My military unit was realigned and set up so that Fort McCoy would be the place where we in Forest Park, the military spot that I used to be at when I first joined the reserve. So I was on the west side of Chicago with y'all for church. And then I was in Forest Park, right next door to Living Word, before Living Word bought the mall. Okay? My mother and I used to go to that mall, Forest Park Mall. So before he bought the mall, God reassigned the 6015th Garrison Support Unit and set it up so that I would be drilling right next to the post office, right next to Living Word, before they bought the mall. I believe God knew that they were going to buy the mall. And I believe that Bill Winston is a follower of the Lord. Right? And I believe that you both used to be either a part of his ministry or helping him out or something like that. I don't know the whole story, but I just remember that there was a time when you, Pastor Brian, you were doing a faith conference thing, and Pastor Bill Winston came over. It was you did one day, and then he did 2 days, and it was amazing. I still got the tapes. That was amazing. That was my introduction to Bill Winston. I had no idea, and there's a song that I got coming out, and I'm waiting to do this song. I already got most of it done. And the hook goes like this. The title of it is Flow, parentheses, like Bill Winston. And I'm not gonna go to the hook. When I make the song, I'll send it to you. Skip the drama. Because that man, God has used him greatly. And I owe you an apology real quick, Pastor Carla, and Pastor Brian, sir, because I never, ever, ever, ever will ever intend to be forced to be self-righteous or blunt-ish with you guys. It's never my intent. I am, this way that I am is this soldier of the Lord thing. Oh, because this is what I wanted to tell you about the . Here's the deal. I told you that story about me accepting my call into the ministry, accepting my call into the ministry of reconciliation, being just a standard everyday believer. Because prior to that, when I was driving, I was talking to the Lord about several things. One of them being, what am I going to do with my life? What am I going to do? And he gave me he and I talked like father and son. I'm 2 years old in the spirit, but in the natural, I'm 21. And so, what are we going to do? And he says, I got you covered. We're going to do this and that and other. Blah, blah, blah. We're talking, father and son talking. And the stage name of my rap name, the M ... during that drive is when I figured out preliminarily, but I got it better now. I can say it better. I couldn't say it at that time, but now I figured out how to say it. Okay? So now let me change the graphics so you can follow along, because I should have put this graphic up earlier. Here we go. I think it's this one here. All right. So this flyer, Pastor Carla, if I'm not mistaken, I texted you these two flyers, okay? This particular flyer, this is the bullet points of probably 3 years of testimonies. Of if I could testify 2 hours a day, if I dedicated 2 hours a day for testimonies on all these different things, right? Testimonies, then I could literally in 3 years have so much content that it would be unbelievable, because I've got so much stuff to say. It's ridiculous. I have too much stuff to say. Not too much. I'm supposed to be speaking, and I have to cut myself off. But that's why I do it like this, because if people don't want to listen, no big deal. Because now I'm at a stage where I have everything I need. I don't need anything else. Everything that I need is actually for the benefit of the people that I need them from. For instance, New Year's. It's very important to me, right? So I need for all of the churches that are part of the Matt Ellipsis district, I need for us to agree that every year one of you is going to allow me to come to be in person at your location, and we can tell everybody in the district, everybody in the world, but everybody in the district at least, this is where we're going to have New Year's Eve. Don't cost no bunch of money. Some people can let people stay at each other's house, but we do the big New Year's Eve into New Year's Day. We know that we are recording content that I'll be able to use on my shows. And we're connecting people. We're teaching each other. We're strengthening each other, blah, blah, blah. And it's not multi-church. It's everybody in my life. That's who it is. I'm not just called to be a churchy church dude. I'm just not. And I'm going to use my influence. I'm set up now. So if I disconnected myself from all of the commitments that I've committed to, if I disconnected myself from all the commitments, I'd be able to work my job, make some money, and I'd be able to do my music, do my comedy, do some stuff, do some radio, whatever. And I'd have, a nice little limited scenario. And it could be wonderful. It'd be all right. What is the good? The good, there's 3 different wills of God. The 3 wills of God. Oh, wait a minute. The diagram of 3 wheels. Oh my God. Let me look at the diagram. Hold on. This is R.C. Sproul. I like him a lot here. Let me see the diagram. Yes. All right. Now, this is a graphic. I'm looking at it. I'm not going to put it on the screen because whatever. All right. So now, the chart contains the traditional 2 wills of God, revealed and secret. Right? And the Calvinist embraces that God has 2 wills. Man, doggone it. I thought that was going to be good. I'm going to have to look at this a little bit better. I got to find that particular scripture. Yeah, good and perfect will. Romans 12:2. Here we go. All right, do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then you will be able to test and approve what is his good, pleasing, and perfect will. Good and acceptable and perfect. Good, well-pleasing and perfect. Good, acceptable, and perfect. Good, acceptable, and perfect. Good, acceptable, and perfect. Proper, pleasing, and perfect. Good, pleasing, and perfect. Okay, gotcha. So, between those 3 different wills of the Lord, I feel that as much as I can, like I'm going to try to find out for that testimony, I'm going to get as close to fact as I can through my actions. I believe that sometimes I can reach the bar of perfect will of God. Sometimes you just got to, it be acceptable will or whatever. But when you're co-laboring with the Lord, when you have a military operation, I'm trained, just like you're trained to doing church services. And you can tell the service went good and what went wrong. And you kind of have a general format and it's routine now. So you make it up. So whatever God is going to do, it kind of works within such and such and whatever. Same thing with a military operation. You figure out the conditions, and then the standard is what you guys want to try to get done or whatever. And so then you go do the thing, and it turns out good, it turns out bad, whatever. Like the Vietnam operation, that went horribly bad, but then they learned the lesson from Vietnam and worked out this campaign called "Thank You for Your Service, Thank You for Your Service, Thank You for Your Service." So then they can have wars going on longer because people are not being mad at the army or being mad at the soldiers. Because in Vietnam, America was mad at the soldiers. They would spit on them and stuff like that. That's bad for PR. That's bad for recruitment. That's bad for everybody. If the people are mad because of the images, the media that's out there, it's bad for army, bad for the military, bad for politics. It's like, we need to figure out if since we're going to have these wars that are going to, since we're going to be doing stuff that, since we're going to be having wars, because wars make good money, since we're going to do it, listen, we're going to do it. We got to do it. We got to be smart. If we're going to kill people and take over countries and sell weapons all over the world, if we're going to do that stuff, we need to do it in a way so that the people are with us. Because if the people aren't with us like they weren't in Vietnam, darn it, the Vietnam War, stuff like that, messed around and merged. And had some civil rights stuff. It's like, doggone it, now the doggone black people, now they want rights and they fighting, and Muhammad Ali, whatever. Man, just doggone it. We just bad timing on everything. Okay, so listen, next time we're going to get into a conflict and we want it to last for 85 years and occupy the people. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to make it so that the people don't get mad at the human being soldiers. They need to get bad at their TV set. That's what they do. Because a lot of people are not going to write their congressman. If they do, we can just take the letters and put them in the garbage can, whatever. Okay, oh, snaps. They got email now. Okay, we can send them emails. I can just delete the emails. Oh, darn, they got social media now. Well, okay, you know what? All I got to do is just, okay, all right, we'll just, we need to make it so that if people want to complain and try to pressure us to not having wars, we can figure that stuff out. We just don't need them to be snapping on the soldiers, because then that's the first contact that they got with that. So now people don't attack the soldiers. They give us money. They love us. They buy stuff for us. All this type of stuff. And so then we soldiers, we're not caught in the crossfire of people that don't like the government and what they're doing, and the government taking advantage of situations. You know what I'm saying? So all that stuff is corrupt. I'm 43. I ain't make none of this mess. All this stuff that's happening in America and the world. Oh my God. What the heck? I didn't do it. Don't blame me for it. Don't be like, hey, have you ever seen the national debt clock? Look, the national debt clock says every human being, when they're born on the earth, when they're born in America, they owe over $1,000 to the government. How is the government in so much debt that I owe? I ain't did nothing. I'm paying my taxes. So on top of my taxes, you need me to come up with $1,500. Guess what? Even if I came up with the $1,500, I would still owe, because it's such a massive scenario. Dummies. Just dummies. So God sets it up for me to come to you all as youth ministry. So if you look up on the screen, you'll see under Matthew Walker, right? These are titles. Matt Ellipsis is a title, okay? Matthew Walker is my name, right? But all the rest of these are a title. I know what my name means. And so I can tell you that. Matthew means gift of God, gift that takes on the nature of the giver. Robert means famous brilliance. Walker, one who walks around, I guess, right? But that's ridiculous. My stage name was the Mad Dog when I started rapping. Then I went into the military. And I was PFC, I was private walker, private first class walker, and then specialist walker. And then I got saved. And then I dropped everything, and all I was brother walker and specialist walker. So those are the two identities that I had. The two titles. I'm a specialist walker at work, and I'm a brother walker at church. Then, after a year of being saved, the church said, we need to do something for the building fund. Now, there is a parallel that I'm about to go into regarding CCI and my life, okay? There's a parallel that I'm about to explain. I don't know how this is all going to come out, because all I know is that as I'm talking, I'm hearing and I'm starting to see some stuff open up in my mind about where we're going. I'm like, okay, here we go. It's been 2 hours and 41 minutes. As you can see, I ain't got no problem. It's okay. It's 5 o'clock in the morning right now. When this comes out, I don't know how many hours this is going to be. I'm not going to stop this recording until I'm done with what I have to say to you, Pastor Carla. And I'm sorry. And I know it's a lot, right? Because here's the other part. Guess what? I have invested I've listened to so many preachers over the years. I've given them my attention. And mommy, Pastor Carla, ma'am, it's about time that people start listening to me. That's the bottom line. And I'm saying this to you not as a demand. I'm not saying it because you don't owe me, and Pastor Brian, y'all don't owe me any platform, any nothing. You guys have done everything you could for me, and I'm grateful. People have moved on, and I can't move on until, as I told Pastor Brian, when the building is paid off, then I will feel like I've accomplished what I was supposed to accomplish for you. For you. I no longer care about many of the things that I'm supposed to care about. I just don't. I don't have the space to care because I got 2 children. I have a wife who loves me deeply and tolerates me and my whatever I got going on. Okay? And so when I talk to the Lord about what we're doing, he will not let me give up the dollar does it. He will not let me give up building fund. Now, let me tell you this story about the building fund at the church. People's Choice Pentecostal Holiness Church. This particular pastor is the one that preached the sermon that I ended up receiving the Lord, or whatever. I was hitting on this girl. She flipped the conversation, brought me to church. I ended up getting saved that Sunday, and then I ended up being there. And then, so I'm there for a year, and I joined the choir. So I was singing in the choir, and every week we would sing Kirk Franklin songs, and the church would be in this routine that I didn't realize it was routine. I was like elated because I'm babe in Christ. I'm all the way born again. This church was the born again church for me. I was born again in this church. And so we got this routine. Looking back on it now, we did the same thing every week. That song, Don't Take Your Joy Away. boom, boom, boom. Right? Dorothy, Sister Dorothy, the pastor had 4 daughters, and all the daughters had ministers as husbands. And so what this church, I'm not finna start talking about this church right now, because everything that I'm going to say is a caricature. This church, I love this church. I love these people. I ain't talked to them in years except for one, Daphne, who was a baby when I was there. And I think she's running the church or something to that effect, right? I would want to do a movie about her life because her life is amazing. But this church was the caricature of churches, okay? Because it was the pastor and all the daughters were helping. So the church was a family business, okay? That's the first thing. The church was the family business. He did not do anything else but preach, I think. He might have had another job, but whatever. I don't know. I don't think so. So he was Bishop George Williams, and he has his wife, I forgot her name, mother, because she was mother, church mother. And she was a hat. I think she wore hats. If I'm not mistaken, I didn't really notice it that much, but whatever. So I'm in that church, and it's tithe. We tithe. He taught us, okay, it's 10%, and military people all in the church, 10%, yes sir, blah blah blah, right? So I'm saved there and all that other stuff. And so then Pastor Carla, they brought up the building fund, and something happened with me. So they brought up the building fund, and they made a special discussion about the building fund. And I sat with the Lord because I was already giving at capacity that I could give. I couldn't do no more. Number one, nobody in the church. Now listen. My wife, one time, when we were in California, Pastor Carla, my wife told me in the argument, she screamed at me. She said, "Your parents didn't raise you." That's what she said. I can't remember what she was referring to, but for some reason, I needed to make sure that you know that, according to my wife, my parents didn't raise me. So she's living with me, and I wasn't raised properly, according to her. Okay, so now I'm at this church, and I'm giving the 10% plus some on top of it, and there's equations that the pastor had given us that makes you think about, what the percentage will be on top of that or all that, whatever. So I'm giving that capacity, and I always give first what I need to give, the whole thing, and then gas money, and I wasn't buying food, so I just didn't, I was always broke, but I wasn't broke, but I just, I wasn't saving no money or nothing like that because, I wasn't thinking about the future. I do what people tell me to do. They tell me to go to work. I go to work. I have no bills to pay. I live in the barracks. Go to church. Okay, go to church. You need to give us X amount of money. Okay, yeah. Okay, give you X amount of money. And I didn't have thoughts of the future or whatever. I just thought whatever. So building fund comes up. They say building fund. We need building money fund for. We need. We're hurting some whatever they said. So I don't know how to give anymore because I ain't got no more. So I sat down and I took the little bit that I had, and me and God started having a conversation about making an album. I said, "Lord, rap is of the devil." That's what the pastor said. Rap is of the devil. I don't think he said rap is of the. I don't think he said it, but based on the way he was preaching, rap is of the devil. He said, "Listen, son, let's just make a 4-song tape and then submit that for the building fund so that people can buy it and get the money to the church." Yes, Lord, no problem. So I make the 4-song tape. One of the songs is I Wish You Knew, and that's the Stations of the Cross song. So I make the cassette tape. So I don't remember how much it cost, but let's put a number on it, less than $300. So I'm already giving all my money that I can, that according to the equations, that 10% plus on top of that something fifth or whatever percent. I'm doing that according to what they say. And then out of the rest of the money that I would normally use for gas, and extra food if I wanted it, because I eat the chow hall. So now I'm definitely eating at chow hall, and I'm only going to church because I can't go anywhere else, and I wasn't really doing much other stuff anyway, extra. So whatever. So I took about $300, and I created a cassette tape of 4 songs. Played it for the girl that I hit on and brought me to church. She said, "Oh my God, this is amazing. This is amazing. We need to..." Now, before I published the cassettes, before I actually got them all printed up, because I had to drive to somewhere to give them the master cassette tape so that they can burn off all of the slaves, all the rest of the tapes, and then make the cover and all of that. So I went, I think somebody took the picture of me, so I took the picture. Came up with what was going to be on the inside of the cassette tape. This is a cassette now. So I did the whole thing. And by the time I was done with the master copy in the studio or whatever, studio was in somebody's house, similar to like what I got set up. And I just and I got the minister music, and that became a tradition because Robin helped me on my first album, Bless the Lord. On my first full-length album, this was like a 4-song EP. The minister music sang on my song. Art Black, he sang on I Wish You Knew, and that became the title track. So that album was the seed of everything I got now. Everything I got going on right now, that was the seed, because the formula was make the songs. I made the beats original, and then minister music on the album. And a couple of other ingredients that I normally put in my stuff. So bam, that was my seed. And my seed was I make the thing. It's $300. I make the thing, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm manufacture it, and then I'm gonna go around and I'm gonna sell it to everybody, because I have to start a business, because I'm in the army. I'm giving them all the money I can give. I'm gonna have to start a business in order to help the church do the building fund, because apparently it's urgent. It's urgent. It's urgent. Now, so I take my cassette tape. Now, I got it done. I got the master, and I got all of the stuff in a box of whatever. And I take the actual master cassette tape out of the case, and I go to the pastor, because Wednesday night service. He says, "Does anybody want prayer?" So I go up to pray, and I got the cassette tape in my hand, and I said, "Pastor, sir, Bishop, sir, God told me to make a tape, a rap tape. I'm a rapper, I guess. And before I print it up, God want me to have you pray for it, if you wouldn't mind praying for my tape, sir." I didn't cry. I'm crying now, because I can tell you what he said. Okay, so I had him my tape. Pastor Carla. So I hand him my tape, right? So I handed my tape, Pastor Carla. And it says to me, "Well, I don't like rap." And I don't know if my face changed. I don't know if it did. Because I'm less than 2 years old in Christ at this point. He says, I don't like rap, but I'm gonna pray for you anyway. So he prays. I don't remember what he said. I don't remember what he said. Pastor, I don't remember what he said. But he blessed my tape. He blessed my music. He blessed me. I gave him, he's a fat guy. I hugged him. I could give my arms around, but I hugged him. And then I went and I made the tape and I got all my copies. And that was the beginning. And I had to come up with a name for who I was going to be. I had to come up with a name. What was going to be my rap name? Lord, what's my rap name? I can't be the Mad Dog because that was that's not me no more. I'm not the Mad Dog anymore. And so I just took, because I'm not mad anymore, and I'm definitely not a dog anymore. So I just be the M. What was the M? Oh no. And so I put dots. He said M. Dot. I didn't even know. T-O-T. Like, I put that on there because I put it on this, but in my head at the time it was just the M. Dot. Because it was the Mad Dog, and I don't know fully what I am. But as far as I'm concerned, my title, I am the M. Dot. And what the M. Dot at the time, looking back on it now, is the official, that cassette tape is the official merger of Specialist Walker in the Army and Brother Walker in the Kingdom of God, or in the church. So Brother Walker and Matthew Walker come together and it becomes the M. Dot. Now, what ends up happening, Pastor Carla, is that I make the tapes, I do what I gotta do to sell some tapes or whatever, and there was a little bit of chaos, gave the money, and it, it wasn't much. Some people bought it at the church, and then I went on the military installation at Fort Hood, and I started putting posters up of my album. And people were like, boy, what are you doing? Wait a minute. I just remembered something. I need you to picture this, Pastor Carla. I want you to picture a 2-year-old boy make a flyer. 2-year-old boy make a bunch of flyers and start hanging it up around the church, talking about I buy my album. That's what I'm doing around this whole post. I didn't mention the building fund, but they were supposed to give me the money. And I was going to take all the money and give it to the church. That was the plan. So, look. So the people, Pastor Carla, listen. I put my flyers up everywhere. Ain't nobody gave me no permission to do that. I was just following what I thought to do. When I felt God wanted me to do, I put the flyers up. And it was like, hey, soldier, what you doing? I said, I'm trying to. I said, I'm working. I said, my church at the beautiful so I can sell the album. So I can sell beautiful. I couldn't even say. And it's how you had your frame. It took my flyers down. It took my flyers down. I put all this stuff up. I worked so. That's the Carla. Listen, I worked so hard. I taped all this stuff all over the stores, all over everywhere. And I left, and I came back, and people that took it all down because they was like, "What are you doing? Where you can take from?" I made these stupid looking flyers. My flyers look so good right now. Everything that I did at that point, right? Building fund. That is the beginning of the dollar does it, Pastor Brian, for me. Because that was the seed. It was, okay, this is higher. I'm going to have to start a business in order to be able to fund it. And that was the beginning of the dollar does it. So by the time, Pastor Brian, by the time you bring up, by the time dollar does it comes up, if you listen to the lyrics of the dollar does it, I'm gonna have to write it out and I'm gonna actually have to like speak the lyrics because that's the plan. Everybody in church was supposed to start a business, and if everybody would have just started a business and then we all work together because we're in church to come and receive, right? On 1 or 2 days a week. But the rest of the days of the week, we execute our businesses together. Just like, because the pattern, remember when you were doing WMA and, you know, I don't know, you got ostracized or whatever, some stuff was going on. But people were coming to you and because they trusted you on the business stuff, you know, they trusted you and they should have trusted you. Whatever business you do, it's a good idea. In my opinion, Paul, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, that's the beginning of the dollar does it. The M ... is the title, is my title, which formally, in God's eyes, because right after that, as soon as I was done and I had the tape, within 6 months, I'm on my way to Chicago. Because, matter of fact, it was less than 6 months. Because it was like, I made the tape, and I thought I was going to be staying there. Because whatever, I wouldn't have no plan. But me and the retention guy, he's not letting me do what I want to do. He's like, no, you can't be a paralegal. I said, well, that's what I want to do. And I ain't never stood up for myself. I've never fought or argued with nobody about nothing. I just do everything tell me to do. So then this was the only thing that I fought for. I said, and it wasn't really a fight. I said, well, if I can't be a paralegal, then I guess I'm not real listening. And he said, I guess you're not real listening. Yeah. And it was like, and I loved Colleen. I loved that church. I loved Colleen. I loved where I was at. I was happy. I loved winter out there. Winter in Texas is beautiful. So, packed up my stuff, hit the road, came home. That story that happened, Ministry of Reconciliation. So I got the Ministry of Reconciliation. Now I'm a truck driver, and eventually I come to CCW, and you guys are become my, I wouldn't say, I don't know. So anyway, bottom line is, on that, I need to tell you that story because that's how I came. I came packaged to you, Pastor Brian and Pastor Carla. I came as a military / church baby thing. What I am now is a full-grown soldier in the army of the Lord. That's what I am. The M ... is the merger of my military brain and my church brain. That's what I am. I am. You know how that scripture where it's that saying, I gotta be spiritually natural and naturally spiritual, meaning that I can't be ooky spooky person all the time. I gotta be able to function in the natural realm and function in the spirit realm. Have both. Do you know that that's what I've been doing for all the time you know me? I've been functioning in the church realm and the military realm fluidly. I speak both languages. Whore over here, amen over here. Remember the example I said about if over here, if I say it and I do this, that means it's gonna be on the test. You're gonna be tested about it. Do you know that the church equivalent to that is Pastor Brian preached the message, and he said it at least 2 times during my memory. One time at CCI, but definitely I heard him say it at CCW. Here's what he said. What we preach on Sunday, you are going to be tested on it throughout the week. So pay attention. So I did. And it turned out to be true. So the fabric of my DNA is I would listen to everything, I get the tape, and I'm preparing, I'm looking for the test. Where's the test? Where's the test? I see the test. Come on with it. And then by the next Sunday, I passed the test. And every week, that was on my regiment. Along with the other stuff that was being taught. Wind check. Where's God moving? Wind check. Wind check. Wind check. All that stuff. Oh yeah, that's for me. Those things from that era, from that season of my life, those are things that helped me, and I would write them in the thing. Do you know how much of a dummy I feel like? Because one day I walked into the church at CCW and I saw the church vision. If you listen to the song Crusader on my second album, I think it's on my second album now. No, I can't remember. I did a song with the church vision that they purport. I wrote a song so that I can internalize it, so that I can be the fulfillment of that vision. And do you know that as I went to be a fulfillment of that vision, I learned that the church was not about actually really fulfilling that vision. It read nice. It looked good on the wall. It sounded good coming to me in my, in my whatever. My wife actually does like that song. I took the song and we perform it out in the world. But the church vision that was up there, it ain't real. That is not what the church wanted to do in actuality. You see what I'm saying? Which brings up all hands on deck, Pastor Carla. This is an amazing thing. That song, All Hands on Deck, you said to me, I want you to make a song. I was so happy. I said, oh, yes, ma'am. Did the song. That is probably my son's favorite song. He actually knows the lyrics. It's to the point that he knows the lyrics that I'm finna train him how to re-record that song so that it's his voice. Because that song, it's, I can't believe it. And I wrote it because you told me what to write. And that's what I do. You say, okay, I internalize it, make it. I'm going to give it to him. I'm in the process because I wrote the song. Now listen, what happened to the song? Here's what it did for me. It made me understand, all right, sometimes you need, or I need, number one, I figured out I like a small crew. I don't like no big crew. I don't like no whole bunch of people working on something together. I hate it. I've already been there. When it's 20 people and we all working on something, it's always, I hate it. I personally despise it. God loves it. Because in the process of 20 people working on something together, it's going to be some friction. It's going to be some arguments. It's going to be some immaturity. It's going to be some sleeping around. It's going to be some abuse. It's going to be all kind of issues. And God takes these situations and lets us fight up again, beat up each other and whatever. And then what ends up happening is we become battle buddies. We finish the mission. Military. We become battle buddies. We finish the mission and we have allegiance to each other for all the rest of life. We're a band of brothers, brothers at arms. Over here, brothers in Christ. And stuff like that. But over here, we have all the answers. This is my opinion. Okay, my opinion. Church has all the answers to all the questions. Church information, churchity church. If you're a church person, you have all the answers. But you don't have the resources and sometimes the technical ability to bring the thing to pass in whatever condition. Sometimes the conditions got to be so perfect for a Christian to be able to do what they got to do. The music has to be such and such. You got to have the smoke machine. I can't believe I listen, Pastor Carla. I learned about the smoke machine. I saw a service online. They had a smoke machine with the service. So music, come on, boom, presence of the Lord. Smoke machine, go. Ooh, people start singing and powerful music, yeah, wow. Preacher preaches, and then found out the preacher was having sex with the camera, with one of the members' wives, and the member was, an important person in the. But somehow God's purposes get done. I, by no means, am perfect, and I don't claim perfection. Matter of fact, I'm not trying to be perfect. I'm just trying to be me. That's all I can afford my brain to do. I tried in the holiness, and after the holiness time, I tried to be, perfect and perfection in terms of my everything. Man, it don't work. And I ain't trying it no more. I'm trying to be a good Matthew. Just trying to be a good me. If I can get to the perfect will on some stuff, yay. If I can get to the acceptable will, yay. If I can get to the good will, yay. Goodwill is better than no will. You know what I'm saying? Shoot. Long as I'm in there, good. Be nice to hit a 3-point shot. Okay? That's the perfect will of God. Be nice to hit a dunk. The acceptable will of God. Good will of God. stop the enemy from scoring. Good. Hey, I may not have scored, but at least he didn't score. That's those three. That's all. Listen, that's the best I can do in this current climate. Okay? And the reason why I like it messy is because I ain't got no time limits no more. Now, here's the deal. You know how I'm the M ... Now, I'm not going to tell the whole story. I'll tell the whole story in another scenario, another setting. Let me make sure I make this point. And that is, Pastor Carla, that I have listened to all these preachers all my life, all my spiritual life, and it translates into time. I can actually let you know, somehow I can come up with an equation about how many physical man hours that I spent listening and studying people's sermons for years, as well as studying my own stuff. Sometimes you put the sermons away and then I get into my own stuff that, it's whatever. And I be waiting to hear somebody talk about what it is that, okay, God is in my ear about this, or this, I've figured this out. Okay, so we still talking about this. All right, no problem. Gotcha. Here's the deal. From the date of my birth up until a certain date in September 2017. September 2017, on a Thursday, that was the end date of what I call the first dot era. I am going to be talking about this for a long time because it's going to explain a lot. It explained a lot to me. From my date of birth up until September 2017. So go back 2 years. I'm 43. I was 41. So from the date of birth up until age 41 in the natural. Okay? That was the official time period of the era of the first dot. That was the first dot era. I am currently in, as of the Friday, the day after, began the second dot era. What I'm saying, Pastor Carla, spiritual age, right? You guys are kind of like spiritual parents, so to speak, right? And then number 3, now I'm talking about eras of dots. What I'm about to tell you is straight dumb. It's straight ridiculous. It's just as ridiculous as Jesus dying on the cross and being resurrected. It's just as ridiculous as if you give your life to the Lord, the Eagles will win. It's just as ridiculous as Pastor Brian bringing some seeds to church and him saying passages around. Guess what? If you got faith this big, all things are possible to you. And it's just as ridiculous as me believing that if I got faith like a mustard seed, that I can do anything. There's no limits, no limits. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And I know it. But I don't need nobody else's approval to do what I got to do. I am no longer bound by anything except for the commitments I've made to people throughout my life. I've made certain commitments, and some things, based on whatever season, it didn't work out. And I figured out through some time in prayer and through whatever, sometimes it was me and sometimes it was them. And I had to accept that it wasn't always me, and I had to accept that it wasn't always them. And so I've always remembered all the commitments that I got out there. One of them is building fund. When me and my wife did the pledge, we pledged $1,000. We wasn't trying to make payments. We had some money on the card, pledged $1,000, swipe, give the $1,000 immediately right after the pledge. Wasn't that long, no more than a month between pledge and then that. Then years later, somebody approached my wife and I about, hey, y'all never pledged your $1,000 pledge. We never pledged another $1,000 because me and my wife, thank God for her, because for me, with building fund, it's easy. Now, the building fund for the church, because I'm gonna tell you something. Here's what happened. I put the cassette tape, gave it to him. Now, and then I was selling some stuff and whatever. Now, I didn't raise nothing more than maybe $60, $70, whatever, because, the timing I started, because as soon as I was done with the cassette tape, it was time for me to start going. It's like, oh, snaps. So now I'm leaving. So I never did get the traction. I never rapped in the church or whatever. No, I did rap in the church, but it was years later. Because check this out. This is how my life worked. Okay, this is how good the Lord is to me, Pastor Carla and Pastor Brian. This is how good he is to me. Now check this out. So years later, in 2002, before I'm mobilized to Fort McCoy, I get the privilege of Valerie and me traveling to Texas, Killeen, my hometown, the home place I got saved. I was able to go and check this out. They had a new building, Pastor Carla and Pastor Brian. The building that we were in, People's Choice, Pentecostal Holiness Church, the building we were in, I did the tape. It was small, little parking lot, and bam, little small church, sitting by itself. Boom. That was I left there in 1997, and then came to be a part of Crusaders. You all put me in a situation where I'm in front of everybody at the church. I make impartation. I wish you knew. And I think, was I in the I might have been done with Face the Music too. Yes, done with Face the Music. Now I got these 3 albums, if I'm not mistaken, under my belt. And God gives me the privilege to go back to Killeen to go rap at another church. Now, I go there, but I'm definitely finna go back to my home church. I'm definitely going back over there. Now, I got to tell you what happened. Because your building fund situation is no different than his building fund situation. Because guess what? Apparently, everybody needs building fund at some particular time. But the similarity is I've lived your building fund situation. I didn't realize that I lived it. I didn't realize that I lived your building fund success. I didn't realize it that I already lived it until this week. I already lived the future of your building fund. I've already lived it. I've lived it. So I'm not speaking to you, Pastor Carla and Pastor Brian. I'm not speaking to you as, this is what I think we should do. And in my opinion, now, here's where I'm about to get into some stuff that I probably shouldn't say here, so I'm only going to touch it very lightly. People and their bright ideas versus Kingdom of God mandates. Those are 2 different things. Pastor Brian, you've done a little bit of teaching about how to pray and be in alignment with the Word of God. And then beyond that, you're a church that has prophecy in the DNA. Prophets in the DNA. And on top of that, I believe that I've heard you referred to as Apostle Brian O'Neil. So just those three things, the apostle title, the prophet DNA of CCI, and then there being a difference between knowing how to pray and teaching people how to pray in accordance with the will of God. Those three things, they equal to me the building should be paid off. There is absolutely no reason why, as powerful as Pastor Brian is, Pastor Brian by himself could pay the whole thing off. But I've never been in your commitment. I've never been there. Now, I remember that my pastor, Pastor Darrell, I remember I got to tell you that one later. Let me go back to this. I've lived the building fund success story and how my little bitty cassette tape, in my mind, may not have been everything. I know it wasn't everything. But I sowed the seed in obedience to the Lord, and I can tell you what happened. So I lived it. I lived your building fund success, and I lived your building fund failure. Here's how I did that. And that was with my building on Cermak. I've never been in such debt that I don't know how to get out of it. I've never been in that scenario. Usually when it comes to debt, I don't care. This world system is so entrapping that I don't care about my credit report. The only time I ever cared about my credit report was because my wife was like, we need to get this home. So I knew I needed to buckle down and get it and do what I got to do. So we worked it out, got the place. Now I'm $187,000 with this place. Start doing stuff or whatever. The mortgage company was shut down by the FBI. So now I can't send my mortgage payments to anybody. Bank of America takes over the mortgage, and for some reason they're treating me nice. I don't trust them, but they're treating me nice. Go through the process. I lose the building. Now, in the process of losing the building, me and God was talking. Now, building fund success and then building fund failure. Check this out. I didn't know they were related until just now. I didn't know they were related. All I know is all this stuff happened, and I have got paperwork and evidence of everything. I keep all my evidence somehow. I have everything. I just don't lose them. Somehow I keep them. Somehow I don't lose my evidence. Thank the Lord. Because these are my testimonies. Now, so what I'm saying, Pastor Brian and Pastor Carla, I've lived your building fund success as a member of a church that we did a dollar does it like seed, right? I did my little part as seed, and then after that, I wasn't able to be around for what happened. I'm gone. But then over here, I'm in a mortgage and everything is going horribly wrong because we're living up here now and I still got the place down there and it's just not working out. Now, in the process, even though it looked chaotic and it looked rough, I was happy throughout the whole process because I was upset about stuff because, you know, you got to be upset about stuff, but I record everything. Pastor Brian, Pastor Carla, I record everything. Everything. Something happens, capture some video. Something else happens, hit record. Phone calls, record the phone calls. Now, is it because too many things happen and I have to capture it because I have to analyze it? Because if I'm going to make the proper judgment call on some stuff, Pastor Brian, you told me this back when when a friend of mine was in jail and I was trying to figure out what I was going to do about it because, you know, he said he didn't do blah, 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 but everything is looking like and you said to me, you said, listen, you need to get all the information before you pass judgment. Yes, sir. I need to do that. So my point is, sometimes all the information is not available to you, and people trying to say you need to make a judgment call right now. You need to judge right. You need to do it right now. Hold on. Okay, so this is where when people are pressuring you to do something, and I know in the heart that I ain't got all the information, and that I need to know if I can get a peek at the strategy of what the enemy doing on his side of the chessboard. If I can just get a peek at the plans, then I'll find out what the deal is. You may got me pressured right over here on this side of the chessboard. I'm a chess player. You may got some pressure over here, and you making me think that I need to do something over here. So I'm stressed out right here, but I have other pieces. I got other stuff going on, and I can't just focus on this. I got to make sure that everything else, but if I make the wrong move here, then it's going to mess up. So I got to think, and all I need to do is say, Lord, give me some perspective here from your view. What do you see? So he sees the enemy side of it, my side of it, all the moves that could potentially be made, all that. So he says to me, listen, son, this is what you do. This is how I work it if I was you. You got 6 options. Lord, you tell me I got 6 options. I'm looking at this. Lord, I'm looking at this thing. All I see is one option, maybe. You're telling me, Lord, I got 6 options? Son, you got 6 options. Well, Lord, let's talk about these 6 options. All right. Open up your Bible too. So then we start getting up in there. Right? Right. Okay. All right. So that's option. So that might be like, a month and a half. All right. That's option number 1. So I still got 5 more options. Now listen, I could just run with that. Hold, son. Hold. Before you make a move on that, you want to listen to the rest of the options because we got some plans. Remember, just because you get out of this hole don't mean that that's it. Remember, we working this thing together, son. I got your top covered. You work the board, and I got you on the perspective. I know everything I know everything that the enemy wants to do, and I know his capability. It's gonna be a fair fight. I'm not finna let him take you out, cause he's constrained by the moves that he can make. But I got you covered, son. So check this out. So let's listen, and you don't have to rush to make that move. You think you got to rush because he's putting pressure on you in your face. He's agitating you. Listen, just be patient. Let that agitation work. Let patience have her perfect work. Just be patient. Just let her have her perfect work. This is going to hurt while it's happening, but let it work. While that's going on, let's talk about option number 2, because option number 2 got some other benefits to it. All right, Lord. So that's annoying me. That's annoying me, and I'm like, I just wanted to stop. But time for me to work on option number 2. Might require me to get in the Bible, might require me to write a song, might require me to do something, whatever, learn some stuff. Meaning these are my life decisions. That's what I'm talking about. All these life decisions. So while the stuff is going on, I decided that one of the moves I can start making, of course, is recording everything, but because I was never a confrontational person, maybe I need to start expressing myself a little bit better. And I need work on that. Because it's been 3 hours and 35 minutes, and seemingly I haven't made any points. But I know what I've been doing. I know that I'm not just trying to say a point. This is what we should do. Because guess what? You don't need that. I am giving you a different perspective of the situation, the same way that God gave me a different perspective, and in the same way that you, Pastor Brian, gave me a different perspective all the time. I would sit there, I would absorb your sermons. I will absorb your sermons as seed. You were giving me seeds. Now I'm giving you the harvest of those seeds. Some of them are this, me talking for 15 hours. Sorry, I apologize for being long-winded. I apologize for that. But that's me. If it's going to work, you deserve a harvest. If you've been talking to me for 20 years, how much do you think you're owed from me in terms of the harvest? Exactly. Oh my God, I need to be a broadcaster. Because Pastor Brian is not going to be able to hear all this stuff. And I'm never going to bind you guys. So you have too much. There's too much. I have too much to say. I got too much to do. And guess how much time I got to do it, Pastor Carla? From September 2017 up until whatever month in 2036. Though that year, these years is the second dot era. In other words, as of September 2017, I earned my first dot. Is what I'm saying. I earned the first dot. Ellipsis, Matt Ellipsis, is the M ... time period was that that whole era, the first dot era, ended with me being the M ... Oh, I'm sorry. Let me see. It ended with me deciding to change my name to Matt Ellipsis. The ellipsis is the 3 dots. Okay? So I ended the era as Matt Ellipsis, or with that title. Now, all of these titles I've earned all the way up until now. The one that I earned, the Conclave download scenario for us to, I'm not finna get into that. Never mind. I'm not finna get into that. Pastor Carla, you were on the phone with me one day. My wife and I were going to buy a refrigerator for myself. And you said to me, Matt, you are good ground. I earned that title. I don't know how I earned it, but bless the Lord, you called me good ground. Now, with my building failure, I learned that even though it looks bad, even though things look bad to the world, God has a strategy to salvage everything. Some of them say it like this, the scripture that says, all things work together for good. But that's kind of a cliche-ish thing. I am not about to base my life on some cliches. Period. 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 No cliches. Period. If there will be a cliche, I will be the one that creates the cliche. Because I can live by my cliches. Because my cliches are rooted not only in scripture, but they're rooted in military ability to get stuff done. That's what you got. That's the thing. Church knows all the answers, but military knows how to get stuff done. Military ain't got no answers to no real big questions. The church does. But the military knows how to get stuff done. If you need something done, get a military guy. It's just point blank. It's just period. And that's why the first group of people that need to come to you, Pastor Brian and Pastor Carla, are some people that are directly like me, some military affiliated people that got a pension, and when God tell them, and whatever their station in life, God is going to use them to help out financially. Period. And they're called to you. The same way that somehow I was called to you, or you were called to me, however that worked. You chose the work of being the youth leader, and I chose to be led by you guys. Somehow this maintained over the years, and I've never left. Now, can I leave? I'm going to be honest with you. Right now, after my interaction with Bria, bless her heart, I've only had 2 interactions with Bria. Got one that I remember, and then this one. Based on that, I don't feel as obligated as I have. And now that I remember how this story goes over here, the building fund success story, now that I know how that goes, I definitely don't feel obligated. Now, the obligation, what I mean by obligated, meaning my wife and I, we honored the pledge that we gave, which was only $1,000. Anything beyond that, we had no desire. And in my mind, it was just like that. I ain't got no extra money, because number one, ain't nobody ever told me how to do my life. I've only been doing for all of this era, in the first dot era, the military tell me to do stuff and church tell me to do stuff, and I do it. But nobody has been taking care of me in terms of getting my teeth taken care of, making sure that I'm straight in a lot of areas, except for my wife. Now, I'm not saying that you guys haven't, because you have. You guys have called me, you let me vent sometimes, and you talk to me, so you guys love me. So that's what I'm saying. You're in this in my, whatever. But what I'm saying is I'm talking about church in general. This is generally speaking. Generally, it's a two-way scenario, but we listen and you talk. We give money and the pastors receive. And that's kind of the way the exchange is. You know what I'm saying? Now, I've never been involved in church politics, and that's why I'm so happy that when Bria said what she said, I'm so happy because I've been waiting for years to tell my Pastor Brian, I've been waiting for years to say, sir, you're wrong about church politics. I've been waiting to say that for years. I've never had the courage, and I've never had the courage. And I'm not about to fight. I'm a harvester, apparently. And when I tell you about the cranberry insight that God showed me this week, remember I told you, since last Sunday, God showed me exactly why I'm in Toma. Toma is cranberry country, okay? The millions and millions, generational $millions of cranberry, blah, okay? cranberries. Cranberries, okay? If you're in the cranberry business, not picking the cranberries, but you're the owners of the cranberries, and you got, and you're hooked up with ocean spray and blah, okay? That is the level of, okay? Now listen, Pastor Brian and Pastor Carla. The nature of the cranberry is this. You plant the cranberries where you expect that you want the harvest to be. You just plant the cranberries. You plant. And cranberries, little round dots. My mind is blown. Okay? My mind is blown. Plant the cranberry seeds wherever or whatever. Boom. Now, I got an interview that I did with the lady who's in the cranberry family and family. I'm gonna put that out, and then I'm gonna put that information out, and then I'm going to take that little piece, because she was talking in the natural, and God is feeding. Oh snaps! Okay, so now let me explain. Because what I'm about to say is all raw. I haven't even started studying this yet. This is completely fresh off. This is fresh from the throne. Insight revelation about this cranberry stuff. This is tripping me out. Now, two things. Okay, so the cranberries and the radio guy. Okay, now listen, Pastor Carla and Pastor Brian. So the cranberries, you plant the cranberries where they're gonna be planted, right? Now me, I've been in California, been in Arlington Heights, Bensonville, Bolingbrook, blah blah blah. I was born in Melrose Park. All the places I've been to, I kept track. I know exactly where I've been. Everywhere, blah, blah, blah. I've been planting. Give CDs away. Driving. My wife, when we drive, I give stuff away. I take some of my CDs. I go into the bathroom of the restroom place, and boom, just leave it there. Somebody gonna take it. You know what? Just planting, just everywhere, just doing stuff. What is the guy doing? Just come back to church. Hey, everybody, blah blah blah. Hey, what's going on? Hey, well, are you still a Christian? What's that orange uniform? Whatever. That's what I'm doing. I'm out there just doing whatever I'm doing. I don't know. I just know what I'm doing, and thank God I'm got video, because earlier, when I was probably like 24, 25, before I got mobilized, I got my camera, and God said to me, make full proof of your ministry. Make full proof. Meaning, when you do stuff, videotape yourself doing it, and then also try to catch some extra stuff. Because you got the camera anyway, so just catch some extra stuff. So, making full proof of my ministry. Later on, I found out I was a scribe. That's why I record everything, because I'm able to take history and present it. Okay? I'm a history presenter. Anyway, now, so cranberries. Now listen, the nature of a cranberry, Pastor Carla, Pastor Brian. Listen, this is very important for you to remember for the rest of your life. When you plant the cranberries, when it's time to harvest the cranberries, guess what a cranberry harvest looks like. Ma'am, sir. A cranberry harvest basically, cranberries harvest for 50 years before you have to replant anything. So you lay down the cranberry blah blah blahs, which is what I've been doing in the spirit with my music and my content, just planting everywhere. And then when it's harvest time, cranberries, they harvest for 50 years. All you have to do is go back to where you planted, pick up the harvest, and then come back to it next year. Or come back to it next time it's harvested. Might have to do a little bit of maintenance on the things or whatever. Now, that's what the lady told me about cranberries. Cranberries can harvest for 50 or 75 years and then you redo the thing. What are you talking about? I thought you take the harvest and then you replant. No. You plant it one good time, and then it harvests for 50 years. What? I've never heard of anything such of like this in the natural ever. I've heard of be like a tree, planted by the rivers of water, and you'll bear fruit in your season. So that's what I was trying to be. A tree. But a tree stay in one spot. I didn't know I wasn't a tree. So I'm this big old tree. Going everywhere. Like, I can't really get planted. So really what I did was I planted myself at CCI. I'm CCI. That's where the main, that's where it is. But I've been driving back and forth. And I asked the Lord, before I went to California, I said, Lord, why am I driving back and forth? Meanwhile, I'm planting, like going, dropping off CDs and dropping off. I'm planting. I'm doing all this stuff just based on just doing it. Because God told me to do it and whatever. I now realize two things. One of them is that I am a cranberry, not a tree. I don't think I ever read about a cranberry in the Bible. But I get it. It's not literal. You're not a literal tree. You're not a literal cranberry. I get it. But my nature, the dots, the doggone dots. It's the cranberry, apparently. Because I've been coming to this area since I was a baby. Military, come up here. There's some people up here that are the same as you, Pastor Carla and Pastor Brian. I have to give them a hug and say, hey, mommy figure, papa figure. You see what I'm saying? But they were in the natural because, they was naturally, whatever. They're the ones that say, hey, Matt, let me help you go get your wedding ring for your wife, for your girlfriend. Okay, let's do it. And Mary up here, Fort McCoy, helped me. We went to La Crosse and we bought a ring for my wife. You see what I'm saying? The natural. The church people more into spiritual stuff. So we talk and have fun and church. But up here, military, and we dealing with practical stuff. And it was like, oh snaps. So I've been having a relationship with this area. I didn't know that this was home. I don't know if we're going to move. I know that we're going to be, I've been saying we're going to be here to 2027, but I think I'm home. But home means CCI to Fort McCoy. That is my range, my reach. This is my territory. I didn't know it was like cranberry fruit like type of thing. So I got fruit coming up everywhere that I've been. And I've been keeping track. So what I'm trying to say, that I'm never giving your harvest to nobody else. It can't go to nobody else. But it does require some harvest work now between Pastor Carl and Pastor Brian and me. Now, let me check off my list. All hands on deck. I said what I wanted to say about that. Soldier in the army of the Lord. I said something about that. Reliving everything that happened. Let me finish this story. When I went back to People's Choice, I made my cassette tape. I might have raised $60 at the most. I never looked at the money. I just, Then I came to Chicago. When I had the privilege in 2002 to go back, they had a new church. It was paid off, if I'm not mistaken. And it was huge. And I got video footage of me performing there. I got a chance to live, and now I don't have any more commitment to that church. I'm a part of a little piece. I kept my little history nuggets. I got my baptism picture. I got my video footage of me there. I got my memory of the situations and for the years some change I was there. I got a Facebook friendship with one of the people that's still there, so I can get more information or whatever. But I saw the finished product of the dollar does it seed and then harvest. Now, logically, in my mind, my cassette tape didn't do that. Logically. Couldn't have. In my mind, it couldn't have. But it wasn't about my cassette tape and how much money it made. It wasn't. It was about the seed. Because the kingdom of God is not about the natural all the time. It's take what you got and plant it. Dollar does it. $1. A $1, boom. And what I'm saying to you is what I did there ended up being a pattern that I understood. Then when you started talking about building fund, my brain had the understanding cup from there. So when they started saying building fund, my brain of how to solve it was formed into this. So now when you say building fund, we called it dollar does it. It didn't have a name over here. It just had a structure. So I call this structure dollar does it, and it probably isn't correct, aptly named. Because when you and me talk about the dollar does it, Pastor Brian, the last time we talked, I think I got the audio of it, we weren't on the same page about it. Because when I start telling you my feelings about the dollar does it, I start talking to you about process and a certain thing. Because I lived the process already. I've done it, so I know what it looked like. And now I can do it and know what I'm doing while I'm doing it. I did it as a little baby. Now I'm a 24-year-old or whatever. At the time that I brought it up, I was a teenager in spirit. You understand what I'm saying? And of course you don't listen to what your teenagers say. And at the time, you had a whole bunch of people trying to tell you whatever. And that's why I'm glad I had to okay, let me take my little dollar does it song and my dollar does it idea, and I'll just do it on my own for myself. Now, my building fund failure, this is my personal life, my personal money. I'm in this situation, I'm in debt, I don't know what to do. So I did the dollar does it thing, the same thing. Started a business and all that, just the same thing. But then I started sewing, and I would sew and sew and sew. And what I did was Conclave Download. It was a group in the name, but Conclave Download was a seed. With the word of God, you can craft and make a seed. If people can get engrafted in the vine, then God can help us make a seed. Because the word, right, you can, confessions, right? Okay, you got to say these confessions so then it'll ward off blah, whatever, right? So I need to make this building situation, I need to make it, I need to solve it. So what I did was, I wagered my building. I took my building and I took everything I had and came up with a seed, and I called it Conclave Download. I named Conclave Download. I named it. And when you name something, you get to say what it is. What is a conclave? What is a download? I know exactly what it is. I am the one that gets the chance to say what it is. And all of my life, other people name me. Uncle Matt, I'm Valerie's husband. Sergeant First Clarker, you've been promoted. Okay, in this role, you are Mr. Walker, right? You know, so all these names people gave me. The other slide, I'm not done with that one, but the other slide, Pastor Carla and Pastor Brian. In the first dot era, people named me. In the second dot era, I define who I am to people. Okay? So I'm earning the title, Valerie's husband, and my children's father. I'm earning that title all the time because, you know, I am naturally, but, you know, my wife's not always happy and the children not always satisfied with what I do or whatever. But anyway, so these, like I emailed you either, so I'll go into these later, but basically I'm in the process of retiring. And so I'll be starting retired. But I want to say and are, meaning that retired and something else. I'm going to come up with another R. I don't know why Master Sergeant R&R Walker. I'm branding that. These are things that I plan on working towards as a title, right? As a goal. This is how I make my goals with the Lord. Because remember, Jesus asked, he asked, who do men say that I am? Who do you say that I am? That's very important. That has my life in the Old Testament is the New Testament concealed. The New Testament is the Old Testament revealed. The first dot era is the present era, the present second dot era, concealed. The second dot era is the first dot era, revealed. Meaning I'm going to take my time, even if it takes 4 hours. I'm going to reveal the behind the scenes of songs, the behind the scenes of my life, the behind the scenes of issues, the behind the scenes so that way, because it's education for the kingdom of God. Because no one else is like me. Good or bad. Good for me, bad for somebody else. Because here's the deal. Pastor Brian, you taught a message. Have you not considered my servant Job? So God, I came up with a title for the Lord. And he said, yes, I wear that title. But I'm also giving you the ability to do that also. And I said, thank you, Lord. I called God the Don King of the world. In other words, God will set up a fight knowing that his guy is going to win. And he has to set the fight up. Pharaoh versus Moses. Job versus Satan. Jesus versus Satan in the doggone wilderness. And I go through the Bible. David versus Goliath. I plan on going through the Bible and picking out all of the situations where God put one of his versus one of the darkness people. And tell the story from that perspective. That's one of the things I'm going to be doing. Okay? Because guess what? During the first dot era, I have a bunch of them for me. Where he said to me, guess what, Matt? You're about to engage and fight this particular scenario. And I'm like, okay, Lord, so that's my enemy. That's the one. All right, let's do it. Crack knuckles. Right? So now, my current opponent right now, Pastor Carl and Pastor Brian, My current opponent is the prince of the power of the air. That's my current opponent. My goal during the second dot era, my main goal, this is the number one objective of my life. Anything else that happens, wonderful is wonderful. But I have one goal. All them other titles, whatever, I have one goal and one goal only in this second dot era. And everything I'm doing lines up with this goal. My goal is to checkmate the prince of the power of the air. Now, let me define for you, Pastor Carla and Pastor Brian. You guys have heard of that term before. Prince of the power of the air. What does it mean that Satan is the prince of the power of the air? Long answer. I have all the time in the world during the second dot era to, number one, explain and define my opponent to the world, because he works the way he works. Which means I'm engaged in a spiritual battle, because we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against who I know my real enemy is. And right now, the prince of the power of the air, that's the title. And on my side, Matt Ellipsis, prince of the power of the air versus Matt Ellipsis. And because I am, I got to figure out which one gets named first. Because when they say it's David and Goliath, David wins. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to work it out. Details. Bottom line is, Matt Ellipsis versus Prince of the Power of the Air. And because I understand how he works, how I am no longer worried about many of the things that other church people worry about. Because I got one objective. Checkmate the prince of the power of the air. Once he is checkmate by me, and this will happen, I will win. Period. I will win. That is the thing that will open up the harvest for all of the believers. And God has been keeping track. Oh, just like in Facebook, you can keep track of your friends. So it is, God keeps track of his sons and daughters. As I'm on this road towards fulfillment of this huge military operation, it requires that I, as the king on this chessboard, Prince of the Power Air is on the other side, king on the chessboard. He and I are engaged in a long-term fight. It's going to look like chess. It's not going to be fast. It's going to look weird. Certain things are going to be messy. My broadcasts are going to be long. The only thing that's important to me is that I am going to checkmate the prince of the power of the air, Pastor Carla. I am not ignorant to Satan's devices. And he's not ignorant to my strengths and weaknesses. It's a fair fight. God set up a fair fight. That's what I'm working on. And my plan, I'd like to be able to win before 2036. But if it takes me all the way till 2036 to checkmate him, I've already finished the first dot era. In other words, there's a lot of people that are trying to figure out what their ministry is, and this is all the stuff we're doing. I'm not involved in that. Everything, Pastor Carla, related to the church. Because my build. Oh, let me go back to my building. So what I did was I planted Conclave Download, and what happened is that I won. Even though I lost the building, I won because I got all of the spiritual and the material benefits of the situation. And it's not on my record to this day. Why? That's another story. I'll get into it later. But the point is, the church won, which means I won, and the church won over here. And even though it looked like a loss in some respect, when I go into the details, because you don't know the details. Nobody knows the details. I know all of the details. When I explain this, I won over here, which means the church wins. The church won over here. I won over here. The church won, which means I win. I win over here, so the church win. And then as a result of that, right after all those are done, I moved to Toma. And come to find out two things. Number one, about the cranberries. So I am a cranberry. If you want to know what type of fruit I am, I look like the cranberry apparently because I planted stuff everywhere. And for the next 50 years, harvesting. Just keeps on harvesting. All you got to do is just go where I've been at. I've already been there. I'll meet you there if you want so I can show you exactly where it's at. I tried to benefit Kanisha out there in California. Right? So she's in California. Tried to set it up. The pastor, because some of my stuff, I know it's weird. But the point is that now I'm about to start ramping up my voice in the earth to say, listen, I've listened to y'all. Now start listening to me. And I don't mean it to be barking at you or anybody, but that's what it's going to sound like in the world. I listened to everybody. Now I have some stuff to say. And guess what? Because I am a professional broadcaster, I'm broadcasting from the kingdom of God. Because guess what? I'm no longer operating on this earth the way everybody else operates. I got some stuff going on. Remember that one particular pastor, Pastor Brian, y'all hung out with that talked about the law books and I met him, Apostle Carter. I met him, talked, absorbed some stuff, and God started showing me everything that he showed him. Now, I got some video footage. that I can't wait to find about him. I can't wait to find it. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that. Now, point is that I understand that stuff. And the thing about it is, you don't need to share it with everybody. Everybody ain't information for everybody. I took that information, not only that he shared, but then that I went on my study with the Lord on the stuff, and I implemented it into my situation. I am set up beautifully. It's ridiculous. So my point is, when I say to anybody, ma'am, sir, here's about 5 items on this list for us to talk about. And if you guys can say yes to 3, and then the other 2, if you can get a couple of other people to say that they're okay with doing it, That's if I got green lights. The challenge is that I don't have green lights everywhere. So I got to go where the green lights are. If I got a green light with Pastor Eldridge and he gonna let me do New Year's there, then that's where I'm gonna do New Year's at. And all these harvests that I got go where it's at. You see what I'm saying? Listen, and what I'm saying is when I start asking now stuff, I don't ask on my behalf because I don't need anything from nobody. I'm not in debt, right? And I did my dollar does it obligation to the church that you know what I'm saying, right? So now, and I've never mentally and emotionally and logically is not the best term, but logically meaning I never made an actual move from you to the current church that my wife is part of, right? And my wife was like, Matt, what you doing? Y'all always trying to resurrect their stuff, right? And she's probably right. I'm a dummy. I believe in this stuff that I'm believing, right? And that's why it's gonna take me for. Now listen, I have to say the way that the world system operates. I am the counter to some of this stuff. I can't fix everything, and I'm not trying to fix everything. I don't care about this world. At the end of the first dot era, there's a date because it was the end date of my orders. Remember, I was working in Darien, and there was an end date. The next day, I was sitting, or that particular day. Okay, so at midnight is the end of this day. So I finished what I needed to do this was on a Thursday. I finished the end of the first dot era was on a Thursday. I finished at Fort McCoy what I needed to get. They gave me my paperwork, so now I've got it official. This is the end of the first dot era. Now, I didn't know it was the end of the first dot era, but I just knew that it was the end of my MOB. But now it as of end of the first dot era. Now it's 2:00 in the afternoon on the last day of the first dot era. And mind you, I know what I said sounds really dumb. The end of the first dot era on that Thursday is the day that I fully earned and received my first dot. Okay? It's ridiculous. It sounds dumb. I know it is dumb. And when I talk about it, I take myself very seriously and I don't take myself seriously at the same time. Why? Because I know I sound ridiculous. But guess what? Over time, there are some people who are going to hear what I got to say and be like, oh yeah, that's for me. There's some people that while I'm talking, they're going to be doing a wind check. And some people are going to be like, you are full of crap and go whatever. And the thing about it is I'm broadcasting on my own mediums. I paid for everything. Ain't nobody got it. I'm not asking permission for nothing. I used to ask permissions for stuff. I don't ask permission for anything anymore. I don't ask permission. Now, I'm not saying that it's a pride you better give me. No. When I talk to Pastor Eldridge about the plans and big list that we got to work on, we got a list. And then we negotiate the details. We figure out because we're committed to work. We're in covenant. We're committed to working with each other. So we come up with dates and we come up with certain things depending on his involvement of whatever. And so we set the stuff up and it works out. Because sometimes I need that. But and then I'll call Love Covenant Church. I just got on the phone with them. I did a 2.5 hour discussion with the scribe over there and initiating some harvesting out there. Set up the stuff so I can get these people over here. Guess what? I'm finna take y'all. We finna go out here. Well, how we gonna get the money? Guess what? The harvest is right there. So we get the harvest, get the money, boom, and then they either fly or we drive, or they drive. I don't have to be involved because all I gotta do is sit back. I do my broadcast and do the setup, and because what I'm doing is I'm moving chess pieces around. I am the prince of the power of air. He sits in one spot, and he got his minions doing his bidding. What I have to do is I have to sit in one spot and I need to move kingdom things around the world. And I do that from my broadcast center. And through Facebook Messenger, texting, email, FaceTime, whatever medium, all of that is a means for me not to have sex with people online. It's a means for me to advance the kingdom of God. That is what I'm here to do. I'm not here to be somebody's local church, nobody, whatever. Listen, I am no longer committed to the day to the week to week scenario that everybody's trapped in. I'm not in the trap no more. I'm not in there no more. I am broadcasting. I've stepped when I went. This is what I'm saying. Now, on the last day of the second dot, on the last day of the first dot era, on that Thursday, it's 2:00 in the afternoon. Like, what am I going to do? The Lord said, go enjoy the day. I did. So then I enjoyed the day. And then on Friday, that was the official day, beginning of the new of the second dot era. This is the first day of the second dot era. The first day. Lord, what am I going to do with my life? I'm done with the military. But I still got some stuff I got going on with the military that I had to figure out at the time. At that time, this is 2017. On the Friday after the end of the second dot era. So I'm driving with my daughter in the car. And then my daughter, Holy Spirit says, stop off at the TV station. Take your daughter with you to the TV station. All right, yes, Lord, let's do it. So we go in there, talk to them for an hour and a half, and I begin that day. Now, I walked off of the natural into no longer will I be. I'm about to start this get out the boat, walk on the kingdom. I'm about to disconnect officially from this world system. I disconnected. The first step off of what is normal, where you work your life, the first step was a solid step at the TV station. I said, what? Then another step. The theater put my big old, no, was that earlier? Yeah, the theater put my big old face and hooked me up. I'm not finna get into the story yet, but I'm telling you. So now I'm all the way kingdom. I don't operate from inside like everybody else does. And like my friends, loving people that I love, everybody operates from within the world system. I'm operating from outside of the world system, believe it or not. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm not worried about time. Your show can only be a half an hour. I can put a half an hour on your station. I'll do that. But on my station, I broadcast when I want. I broadcast when I need to. There's a lot of stuff that God put on my heart. I got a bunch of lists of stuff that I got to put out there. And if YouTube changes and Facebook changes, it don't matter. I have all of the technology to put it where I need to put it, outside of Facebook and outside of YouTube. I'm just using them right now because all right, this will work. But I already know where I'm headed because I already got the software. I already got the stuff. I got everything already set up. I got all the way plans up to 2036. My wife don't believe me. But that's why I have to talk about, that's why I have to reveal the first dot era, because I can prove it by talking about it. And I got the videos. And I got the information. Bam. And when I put it out there, and then you don't have to believe me, but at least I will have done what I was supposed to do, because that's all it's about. Let my people go. No. Well, at least I did what I was supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm doing. Listen. So, I know it sounds weird. And it takes 4.5 hours or more to be able to talk about this stuff and understand it. I didn't come up with all of this by myself or whatever. I'm being revealed to it too, and now I can do it a little bit in more real time and explain it to the world. When I made all that music, I got a 50-song album, Pastor Carla, for $10 on my website. Ain't nobody heard all that stuff. But because I got everything set up, all I got to do is go out there and I check my numbers. I'm a guru on this website stuff. And I'm a guru of it, not because I've been partially trained by the world system, but I take what the world system gives me and I sit down with my Heavenly Father and we work this stuff out. And the way that my son and me interact is the way that me and God interacted. Do you know that according to my little dumb idea about the spiritual age, do you know that I married Valerie when I was 9 or 10 years old? Ain't that ridiculous? Now, yes, I was almost 30, but I was a 9. I am now ready to get married. Almost. You see what I'm saying? Now I'm finally feel comfortable in what I know that I could do it right. I should have waited, sort of. Glad I didn't. Love my wife. Love my doggone children. We're good. But, so now, as Sister Margaret prophesied to me several years ago, and I got the audio of it, she said, listen, one day your wife is going to see you the way you are, the way that God sees you. Just be patient. Yes, Lord. Yes, ma'am. Because the world comprehended him not. When Jesus came on the scene, they didn't understand him. And guess what? I don't know how many other people are doing what I'm doing, but that's why I'm doing the act like Jesus stuff, even though I know I'm not Jesus. I'm never the Messiah. Okay? But I'm a scribe and I'm a historian, right? So and I'm an actor in the thing. Okay? So not only am I recording the process, but I'm also in the process. Oh, snaps. One time it happened to me in 2014. I was in a case. This is what I normally do when there's a case going on and two lawyers are arguing. I'm recording, I'm taking notes, and then when everything is done, I clean everything up, and I prepare the reports. That's what I normally do. I had a case where the dude and we were stationed together at 400 Liggett, and then when I come over here back to my home unit in Arlington Heights, he is in trouble. And so now we got to come and do the court case against him. But because he and I are friends, or we're friends or whatever, he calls me as a witness. I can't be two people. How you gonna call the scribe as a witness for you? How you gonna call the court reporter to testify on your behalf? Are you out your mind? No, it's brilliant. Because somehow my words are more trustworthy than the dude who's in trouble's words. Somehow. And make it so bad, I'm a black dude. You gonna trust the word of the black dude? Listen, we need to get him on the stand. If we can get him to say, blah, 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 you go free. So they get me on the stand to try to get me to say blah, blah, blah. I'm not finna say blah, blah, blah. Are you out your mind? I didn't say that. In my head, are you out your mind? My lawyers, they were like, I'm going to interview the lawyer that was in the case about this situation. I have the audio of the case in my archives. It's boring content. Listen, Pastor Carla, it's boring. It ain't even worth listening to when I pull it out. But I'm finding my history and I'm having fun in the process. Okay? Because a lot of stuff has happened over the course of my life, and now I'm able to finally slow it down because I'm sitting here with my children, and all I'm doing while they playing is I'm looking like this. I'm waiting for them to grow up and leave the house. That's what I want. I want them to grow up and leave the house. But in the meantime, I got to raise them. I got to be a part of their life or whatever. And some of the stuff that they want to do is straight up little, small, ridiculous. And so I think sometimes I picture God looking at me saying, I can't wait till they grow up. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to take my stuff to the next level. So me, Don King of the Don King of the world, God, has set up this match between me and the Prince of the Power of the Air. And I am going to win. Period. Now, that's that. Shoot. All right, 4:30. 6:50 a.m. This is what I didn't want to do. I did not want to make another episode. You know what? Everything else I got to say, I can put in a different episode in a different context. Bottom line is, Pastor Carla, thank you for listening. If you made it through this 4.5 hours, it takes me longer to drive from here to Chicago Heights. Church service, if you come there at 8 o'clock to be involved, to help out or whatever, from 8 o'clock up until almost 12 o'clock with everything, that time period is much longer than this. So I know, Pastor Carla, if you got through this, if you actually listened to everything, thank you. If you didn't, no big deal. It ain't bothering me. Bottom line is, I needed to put this in the earth so that for you. Anybody else that listens to this, thank you for listening. I'm going to play All Hands on Deck at the end of this clip here. And thank you very much. Oh yeah, and I should do a commercial. I'll put the commercial at the beginning. All right, thank you very much, Pastor Carla. I love you, Pastor Brian, Pastor Carla. I love you both.
All hands on deck. If you are called the elect, then make your decision to take your position, fulfill the commission. CCI. I used to come week after week, hear the word preached, digesting the milk and the meat. Then I'd leave to get back to my regular life, that mediocre living that's between the wrong and the right. I would straddle the fence like I paid rent to be there. If a call to the altar was given, I would be scared, cause where the angels tread lightly, I would lead there. Then I hit some turbulence I wasn't prepared for. My life is in the trash like I'm Oscar the Bajana, opportune to bear Ray the stock, and the future looks shaky after shocking the grid lock my hands. Seems like ain't no power in my plans. Then one day I heard the word, mix it with faith, add rhythm and stir. Begin to see little faith, mustard seed, replant, recapitulate. Gotta get my act together. When you immerse yourself in verses, scripture reveals to you your purpose. Then I began to look around my church and saw his inheritance in all y'all. So I put my hands to the plow, crank my volume up to 10 because we're bumping it loud. Because the kingdom is advancing, it's advancing, it shall. And the Christian concept is all hands now. All hands on deck. CCI as a whole, we about to make steps towards a corporate different outcome. Call it destination or expected end, cause before gestation you were elected, appointed, selected, anointed, collected, adjointed, connected. Don't avoid it, directed, don't void it, protected, be buoyant, perfected. Yo, you must do your part. You got something that we need, so don't hold it back. The contributions of your talent is gonna make it that much more valuable. What's more, what can I do for the church? Don't only come up in here with your hand out. You is on your mind and yet you wonder why you stand out. It's called assimilation and the two greatest commandments. You'll be in supply if you understand the demand is. Be a true seeker and an agent of the king, an ambassador, and what you are here for will bring enlightenment to the countenance of fellow believers and receivers of your word. Indeed, yo, we will achieve the purpose as intended and the reason for our church existence. And what's the purpose for us coming if it ain't no mission? Plug yourself in and assist me. All hands on deck. Say it with me now. All hands on deck. If you are called the elect, then make your decision to take your position, fulfill the commission. CCI. All hands on deck. If you are called the elect, then make your decision to take your position, fulfill the commission. CCI. 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 All hands on deck. CCI. CCI. All hands on deck. If you are called the elect, then make your decision to take your position, fulfill the commission. CCI.
Hello, my name is Matt Ellipsis. I am the owner of M3dots.com, TomoRadio.com, ConclaveDownload.com, and M3dots TV. We are the distributors of The Matt Ellipsis Show, The Larry McCarter Show, Divine Influence TV, The Preparation Room Podcast, as well as my entire music catalog. This upcoming New Year's Eve 2019 and New Year's Day 2020, the entire portfolio will be on display via Facebook, YouTube, and all of the websites that I mentioned. Please take advantage during these 2 days to peruse the content and make yourself familiar with this new era of broadcasting. Our headquarters is located in the great city of Tomah, Wisconsin. We are known for our cranberries. Of course, we'd like to be the broadcast choice for the entire world, but at this stage, we'd be honored to serve those of you that officially become our audience members, which is free indeed. All of our audience members have befriended us on Facebook, so search Matt Ellipsis and let's become friends. If you like your voice, video, or music added to our portfolio for this upcoming New Year's Eve 2019 and New Year's Day 2020 display, please message me on Facebook or send me an email. My email address is m3dots@yahoo.com. The letter M as in Mike, the number 3, the letter D as in Delta, O as in Oscar, T as in Tango, S as in Sierra, @yahoo.com. As your family-friendly harbinger of this new era of broadcasting, let me thank you for listening and thank you for your support.